Good morning. The hour for convening having arrived. All members will please take their seats. All members, please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, will you please ring the bell? We're going to have the morning roll call vote. All members, please vote green to signify your presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machine. We got you. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Doorkeepers, please close the doors and keep them closed. As is our custom, we will begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Our chaplain this morning will be introduced by the gentleman from the 31st House District, Representative Emory Donahue. Representative Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of introducing my friend, Pastor Jeff Appling. He's otherwise known as Pastor A. But first of all, let me introduce his beautiful, most talented musician, and what a beautiful voice, Miss Lisa. And Miss Lisa Appling, they were married at 3 years old, so they've been here quite a while, even though they don't look like that. I have the privilege of visiting this church. And when I go there, probably several times a year, it's because my middle daughter, Megan, Seth, my son-in-law, we have Levi, we have Selah, and Becca that love the Grove. Then my son, Josh, Holly, Kai, and Haven love the Grove. I attend another church, but every time I can sneak away, I go to the Grove. Now, with that being said, to give you a little history, the Grove is in Maysville, Georgia. It was founded in 1802. Thomas Jefferson was president, and I can see Pastor A riding that mule with a straw hat waving, holding the Bible as he traveled the dirt roads to spread the Word of God. And that's a joke there, but he's been there 33 years. So with that, I want you to put your seatbelt on and buckle up, because right now, as not a very good golfer, just in case he hits one in the weeds, I'm going to give him a chartreuse golf ball, but it's a Titleist Pro V. And just in case he wants to hit it straight down the fairway, we have a Titleist Pro V, and it's ready to tee it up, Pastor. So here you go.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Well, I played golf yesterday, so I need both of these based off what I played. So it's an honor for my wife and I to be here. We are grateful to God. I am not the founding pastor of the Grove, but I did go there in 1990. Lisa and I were 26 years old, and we began our journey in the pastorate. It's our first pastorate, and we've stayed, and we've enjoyed it. We understand the value of planting somewhere and staying somewhere and working hard. And we're grateful to God for you. We pray for you. I understand leadership. I have the opportunity of working with a fellow, many of you may have heard of Dr. John Maxwell, and for 20 years I've worked with an organization called Equip alongside of pastoring. And Equip is just, it's a name that simply means encouraging qualities undeveloped in people. And we do it all over the world. And God is blessed, and we've had opportunities to travel a lot. The one thing that I do know and understand fully is that you in this room sit in a leadership seat. And a lot of people from a distance look at leadership and think it's fun. They kind of think it's a lot of, they think it's beautiful. You know, it's like, oh, I'd love to do that, until they sit in the seat. And when you sit in the seat, you understand real quick there's a lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility. And the one thing that each of you are called upon to do is making decisions. And that is a responsibility that you have. You know, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. And Lisa and I were talking about that this morning on the way in, and we said, isn't it really wonderful that we serve a God that loves the whole world? Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit upon, doesn't matter what race you may be, we serve a God who loves you. And we are capable of loving one another because God so loved us. But I understand that in your situation, and even as a pastor for this many years, we are called upon to make decisions. And when we make those decisions, how many of you know not everyone likes our decision? The moment we make them, I heard a little story. It said, you know, to dwell below with the saints we know, you know, or to dwell above with the saints we know, won't that be glory? But to work below with the people we know, that's another story. It's not always easy, and not everybody likes our decisions, and we get that. But I thought if I had one thing to say, and basically when I came in, they told me, you have one thing to say and sit down. I said, okay, I agree. The Word of God says, and we know this, that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to God's purpose. The promise is given to those who love God, that God will take the decisions you make, and God will work them in our nation, and God will work them in our state. Both Lisa and myself have enjoyed living in Georgia our entire lives. We went away to school for a few 5 years and then returned to Georgia. And we were so grateful to God to be back in the great state. And we had to make decisions in our life. And so over the last 33 years, we have learned that some people are real excited when we make them, and some people are really not excited at all. And sometimes we think we're doing good, and then sometimes we think, I don't know if that's good or not. And this is my question to you. How do you really know what's good, and how do you really know what's bad? Well, I'm thankful that we have the Word of God to measure our decisions by, and we certainly can consult the Lord. And I would say, please, for all of you in this room who are representing me and my family, please be prayerful. Please seek the wisdom of God. I think God's smarter than all of us, and I think we can lean on Him. And the Bible said if we acknowledge Him, God is faithful to direct our path and to help us make those decisions. But as well as we all know, Decisions are not popular with everyone. But I heard a friend, he was trying to tell a story, and he said, hey, can I tell you a story about a trip I took on a plane? He goes, man, I'd love to hear that story. He said, well, I was going to take a trip on a plane, and it was my first time to fly. He said, well, that's good. He said, well, no, it's not. He said, it was bad. He said, because they had promised me to go up with a pilot in the field, and he was going to take me up, but he got sick, and he wasn't able to take me out. He said, oh, man, that's bad. He said, no, actually, it was good. He said, because the pilot that got sick couldn't take me up, and so he decided, I'll find the best pilot on the field to take my place, and that best pilot took me up. He said, oh, man, that's good. He said, no, actually, it's bad. He said, because that guy was so good, he wanted to show out in that plane. He flew it straight up, nose dived it back to the earth, flipped it over. He said, oh, man, that's bad. He goes, oh, no. He said, it was good. He said, it's the most fun I ever had in my life in a plane. He said, it was so awesome. I had no idea it could be so exhilarating. He said, well, that's good. He said, no, actually, it's bad. He said, the last time we went up and he flipped it over, he said, man, I fell out of that plane. He said, oh, dude, he said, that's bad. He goes, no, actually, it's good. He said, I had a parachute on. He goes, well, that's good. He goes, no, actually, it's bad. He said, I was free sailing through the air and, man, having the best time, but he said, I pulled the cord, nothing happened. He said, oh, man, that is bad. He said, no, sir. He said, actually, it was good. He said, I've never had so much fun free sailing through the air, and I looked below, and there was a huge haystack. He said, whoo, that was so good. He said, actually, no, it was bad. He said, the closer I got to that haystack, he said, there was a 4-pointed pitchfork sticking right in the middle of that thing, and I was headed straight for it, and he said, oh, man, that's bad. He said, no, sir. He said, that was good. He said, actually, he said, I missed that pitchfork. He said, oh, man, that's good. He goes, no, man, that's bad. He said, I missed that whole haystack. And to sum up my 5 minutes, and if I kept 5 minutes today, I want a $5 tip. We don't always know what's good and we don't know what's bad, and some of us have gotten involved in things and thought it was good and lived long enough to find out, oh, that was bad. And some of us have lived long enough to get involved in some things that weren't so good and to find out, you know what? Isn't God good to be able to work out things in our life that we could have never worked out on our own? This morning when I came in, I was looking for Emery, who's been a great friend, and I'm not familiar with the Capitol. I'm not even familiar with what all you do other than we know you have great responsibility. And I was praying, Lord, please help Lisa and I to find our way. And we were walking through the streets, and I crossed the path of another representative in the room, Mr. Chris Irwin. And Chris and I used to be neighbors. And I thought, you know what? God knows how to direct our path to the people we need to meet, when we need to meet them, and they'll get us to where we need to go. And I just say to all of you, we love you and appreciate you. God loves you and wants a relationship with you. And if you'll trust Him, God will give you wisdom to navigate every decision you have to make. And when they're made, if you love God, He is able to take the little things that we do, work them all together for His glory and our good. And God bless this nation, and please, God bless Georgia, and God bless you for what you do. Thank you for the time. Let's stand together. I'll pray for you, and then we'll have the pledge. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ that saved our souls and changed our lives, we give you thanks today, Lord, for another beautiful opportunity to stand and to glorify your name. Lord, may we be humble and grateful and express our thanksgiving. May we show love one to another. And to see the beauty of unity in this room, well, that'd be a gift to this nation. And so I pray for that. Lord, we have not because we ask not. And so we ask for unity in this room and direction for each individual. And God, for these leaders, I pray that you would lift the load of their burdens, and the Lord, that you would be their strength. I thank you for the leadership today. And God, please help us. And God, please help our nation. In Christ we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's excellent. I like your prayer. Doorkeepers will unlock the doors. You may join Pastor Appling in the south ante room if you would like a photo. And Pastor, thank you for that prayer.
Thank you.
The devotion was great, but the prayer was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's that time. We've got a lot of work to do today. A lot of work. Chair recognizes Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits. Chairman Tarvin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal from the previous legislative day and found it to be correct. And Mr. Speaker, something else this is something serious to think about. As I went through these this year, most of these quotes were done before 1900, and this one was before 1883 because Ralph Waldo Emerson passed away in 1883, but it's amazing how these fit in our life today. To continue to be yourself in a world that constantly tries to change you is the greatest accomplishment.
You were just a child when that was written, but that is very profound. And we appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. No doubt about that. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Administration of the 104th moves following be established as the order of business in the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Introduction of bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of House bills and resolutions. Second reading of bills and resolutions. Reports of standing committees. Third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions. First reading and reference of Senate bills and resolutions. Morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. First reading of bills and resolutions, the clerk will read.
House Bill 808 by Representative Chokas, the 151st, Year to the 152nd, Mathiak the 74th, Ridley the 6th, Powell the 33rd, and others. Bill be titled an act to amend Article 2, Chapter 5 of Title 4080 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to property tax exemptions.
Ways and Means.
House Bill 809 by Representative Powell the 33rd. The bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 28 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to occupational therapists.
Health.
House Bill 810 by Representative Vance, the 133rd. The bill be entitled to act to amend Titles 8, 10, 36, 43, and 46 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to buildings and housing.
Regulated Industries.
House Bill 811 by Representative Davis, the 87th, Scott of the 76th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 4, Title 10 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to warehousemen.
Agriculture and Consumer Affairs.
House Bill 812 by Representative Gilliard of the 162nd, Beverly the 143rd, Bruce the 61st, Mitchell the 88th. Bill be titled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 50 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to state flag, seal, and other symbols.
Special Rules.
House Resolution 568 by Representative Hawkins of the 27th, Mathiak the 74th, Dempsey the 13th, Hatchett of the 155th, and Martin of the 49th. A resolution creating a House Study Committee on dentists and dental hygienists.
Health.
House Resolution 598 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Cannon of the 172nd, Williamson of the 112th, Jones of the 25th, Smith of the 138th, and others. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to vest judicial power of the state in the Georgia Tax Tribunal.
Judiciary.
Senate Bill 295 by Senator Gooch, the 51st. Bill be titled an act to authorize the governing authority of Lumpkin County to levy an excise tax.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
Senate Bill 300 by Senator Harperson of the 15th. A bill be titled an act to create a Board of Elections and Registration for Schley County.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
Senate Bill 305 by Senator Jones of the 10th and Strickland of the 17th. Bill be titled an act to provide a homestead exemption from the City of Hampton ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
Senate Bill 306 by Senator Jones of the 10th and Strickland of the 17th. Bill be titled an act to provide a homestead exemption from the City of Hampton ad valorem taxes.
Intergovernmental Coordination.
That completes first readers.
Second reading of bills and resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill 793 by Representative Barton of the 5th, Hatchett of the 155th, Hutchinson of the 106th, Cooper of the 45th, Dempsey of the 13th. A bill relating to licensing provisions regarding professional counselors, social workers, marriage, family therapists. House Bill 794 by Representative Mitchell of the 88th, Oliver of the 82nd, Drenner of the 85th, Kendrick of the 95th, Crawford of the 84th, and others. A bill relating to parks, historic areas, memorials, and recreation. House Bill 795 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Schofield of the 63rd, Scott of the 76th, Kendrick of the 95th, Roberts of the 52nd. A bill relating to criminal abortion. House Bill 796 by Representative Davis of the 87th, Scott of the 76th, Schofield of the 63rd. A bill relating to restrictions of the performance of abortions, availability of records, civil cause of action, and affirmative defense. House Bill 797 by Representative Tran of the 80th. A bill relating to the Department of Public Health. House Bill 798 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th. A bill relating to selling and other trade practices. House Bill 799 by Representative Reeves of the 99th, Gunter of the 8th, Sains of the 180th, Silcox of the 53rd, Kelly of the 16th, and others. A bill relating to the authority of the Board of the Georgia Judicial Retirement System. House Bill 801 by Representative Wilkerson of the 38th and Smith of the 41st. A bill to amend an act incorporating the City of Mableton. House Bill 803 by Representative Schofield of the 63rd, Scott of the 76th, and Davis of the 87th. A bill relating to other safety inspections and regulations. House Bill 804 by Representative Seabaugh of the 34th, Crow of the 118th, Corbett of the 174th, McDonald of the 26th, and Gaines of the 120th. A bill relating to motor vehicle license fees and classes. House Bill 805 by Representative Mathis of the 149th. A bill to amend an act to provide a $15,000 homestead exemption from certain ad valorem taxes levied by, for, or on behalf of the Twiggs County School District for residents 62 years of age or older. House Bill 806 by Representative Mathis of the 149th. A bill to amend an act restating and reenacting certain homestead exemptions from ad valorem taxes levied in Twiggs County. House Bill 807 by Representative Chokas of the 151st. A bill to create the Terrell County Land Bank Authority. House Resolution 545 by Representative Wade of the 9th, Jaspers of the 11th, Hawkins of the 27th. Resolution honoring the life and memory of Mrs. Opal Gibson Crawford Barron, dedicating an intersection in her memory. House Resolution 546 by Representative Mathis of the 149th, Gunter of the 8th, Smith of the 18th, Momtan of the 17th, Fleming of the 125th, and others. Resolution supporting the work of law enforcement agencies in the state of Georgia to combat the fentanyl epidemic. House Resolution 547 by Representative Mathiak of the 74th, Gunter of the 8th, and Hatchett of the 155th, a resolution creating the House Study Committee on Rural Medical Personnel Recruitment. House Resolution 563 by Representative Anderson of the 10th and Powell of the 33rd, a resolution creating the House Study Committee on Licensing in the Tree Care Industry. House Resolution 564 by Representative Dubnick of the 29th, Jones of the 47th, Irwin of the 32nd, Jones of the 25th, Jaspers of the 11th, and others. A resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to provide for the election of members of the State Board of Education by members of the House of Representatives and the Senate whose respective districts are embraced or partly embraced by each congressional district of this state. House Resolution 565 by Representative Corbett of the 174th, New of the 64th, Ridley of the 6th. Resolution creating the House Study Committee on Motor Vehicle Dealer License Plates and Temporary Operating Permits. House Resolution 566 by Representative Hilton of the 48th, Cooper of the 45th, Stephens of the 164th, Seabaugh of the 34th, Hatchett of the 155th. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Georgia's COVID-19 response and future pandemic preparedness. House Resolution 567 by Representative Thomas of the 21st, Jones of the 25th, Irwin of the 32nd, Werkheiser of the 157th, Martin of the 49th, and others. A resolution creating the House Study Committee on Workforce Innovation and Development. 3 second readers.
Reports. Oh yeah, I can see that south anteroom. There's no one in there. So if you have important conversations, before I call your name, I'm going to suggest you go into the south anteroom or out that front door. We have important information that we're transmitting from up here, so I ask members to please take their conversations someplace else. Mr. Clerk, reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District, Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs has had under its consideration following bill of the Senate has instructed me to report same back to the House following recommendation. Senate Bill 132 to pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Robert Dickey, the 145th District, Chairman. Representative Matthew Gamble of the 15th District, Vice Chairman of the Committee on Economic Development and Tourism, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under its consideration the following resolution of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House. The following recommendation, House Resolution 488 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Matthew Gamble of the 15th District, Vice Chairman. Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman of the Committee on Governmental Affairs, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Governmental Affairs has had under its consideration following bill of the Senate has instructed me to report same back to the House. The following recommendation, Senate Bill 145 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative John LaHood of the 175th District, Chairman. Representative Chuck Martin of the 49th District, Chairman of the Committee on Higher Education, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Higher Education has had under its consideration following bills of the Senate has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 112 do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 137 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Chuck Martin of the 49th District, Chairman. Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District, Chairman of the Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Intergovernmental Coordination Locals had under its consideration the following bills of the House and Senate and has instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendations. House Bill 678 do pass. House Bill 728 do pass. House Bill 734 do pass. House Bill 743 do pass. House Bill 744 do pass. House Bill 749 do pass. House Bill 750 do pass. House Bill 757 do pass. House Bill 759 do pass. House Bill 760 do pass. House Bill 772 do pass. House Bill 773 do pass. House Bill 774 do pass. House Bill 776 do pass. House Bill 777 do pass. House Bill 778 do pass. House Bill 779 do pass. House Bill 780 do pass. House Bill 781 do pass. House Bill 782 do pass. House Bill 783 do pass. House Bill 784 do pass. House Bill 785 do pass. House Bill 790 do pass. House Bill 792 do pass. House Bill House Bill 800 do pass. House Bill 802 do pass. House Bill 591 do pass. House Bill 593 do pass. House Bill 594 do pass. House Bill 711 do pass. House Bill 717 do pass by substitute. House Bill 729 do pass. House Bill 748 do pass. House Bill 751 do pass. House Bill 752 do pass. House Bill 753 do pass. House Bill 754 do pass. House Bill 755 do pass. House Bill 756 do pass. House Bill 758 do pass. House Bill 761 do pass. House Bill 762 do pass. House Bill 763 do pass. House Bill 764 do pass. House Bill 765 do pass. House Bill 766 do pass. House Bill 767 do pass. House Bill 768 do pass. House Bill 769 do pass. House Bill 770 do pass. House Bill 771 do pass. House Bill 786 do pass. House Bill 787 do pass. House Bill 788 do pass. House Bill 789 do pass. House Bill 791 do pass. House Bill 737 do pass. The Senate Bill 289 do pass. Senate Bill 290 do pass. House Bill 775 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Beth Camp of the 135th District. Chairman. Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman on Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil has had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate. It's instructed me to report the same back to the House with following recommendations. Senate Bill 31 do pass. Senate Bill 63 do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 68 do pass. Senate Bill 92 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Tyler Paul Smith of the 18th District, Chairman. Representative John Corbett of the 17th District, Chairman on Committee on Motor Vehicles, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Motor Vehicles has had under its consideration the following bill of the Senate has instructed me to report same back to the House. Following recommendations: Senate Bill 110 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, President Matt Barton of the 5th District, Vice Chairman. Representative Jay Collins, the 71st District, Chairman on Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Public Safety and Homeland Security has had under its consideration the following bills of the Senate. It's instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 11 do pass. Senate Bill 37 do pass by committee substitute. Senate Bill 97 do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Representative Jay Collins, the 71st District, Chairman. Representative Saints of the 180th District, Chairman on Committee on Special Rules, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Special Rules has under its consideration the following resolution of the House and instructed me to report the same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Resolution 547 do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Saints of the 180th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
We do have a local calendar. We have 31 bills on the local calendar relative to homestead exemptions that requires a recorded 2/3 vote, roll call vote, for passage. We also have a supplemental local calendar. I think it has one bill on it, Mr. Clerk. The supplemental has one bill on it. We're going to put both of those calendars together. We're going to vote on them as one. Third reading and passage of the uncontested local bills. If there is no objection, we will be voting on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar and the supplemental local calendar.
House Bill 678 by Representative Scott of the 76th, Clayton County. House Bill 728 by Representative Chokus, the 151st, Webster County. House Bill 734 by Representative Chokus, the 151st Webster County. House Bill 737 by Representative Chokus, the 151st Webster County. House Bill 743 by Representative Powell, the 33rd Hart County. House Bill 744 by Representative Powell, the 33rd Hart County. House Bill 749 by Representative Smith, the 18th Haralson County. House Bill 750 by Representative Wiedauer, the 121st City of Watkinsville. House Bill 757 by Representative Deloach, the 167th City of Ludowici. House Bill 759 by Representative Bonner, the 73rd Peachtree City. House Bill 760 by Representative Bonner, the 73rd Town of Tyrone. House Bill 772 by Representative Meeks of the 178th Bacon County. House Bill 773 by Representative Barton of the 5th Town of Ranger. House Bill 774 by Representative Perkle of the 169th Irwin County. House Bill 776 by Representative Baird of the 24th Forsyth County. House Bill 777 by Representative McLean of the 109th Gwinnett County. House Bill 778 by Representative Townsend of the 179th Glenn County. House Bill 779 by Representative Momtahan of the 17th Paulding County. House Bill 780 by Representative LaHood of the 175th Brooks County. House Bill 781 by Representative Holly of the 116th Henry County. House Bill 782 by Representative Anderson of the 10th City of Dillard. House Bill 783 by Representative Jenkins of the 136th Town of Moreland. House Bill 784 by Representative Holly of the 116th Henry County. House Bill 785 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th Greene County. House Bill 788 by Representative Meeks of the 178th City of Blackshear. House Bill 790 by Representative Reeves of the 99th City of Sewanee. House Bill 792 by Representative Cannon of the 58th City of Atlanta. House Bill 800 by Representative Maynard of the 56th Fulton County. House Bill 802 by Representative Chastain of the 7th City of Morganton. House Bill 591 by Representative Evans of the 89th DeKalb County. House Bill 593 by Representative Evans of the 89th DeKalb County. House Bill 594 by Representative Evans of the 89th DeKalb County. House Bill 711 by Representative Reeves of the 99th Gwinnett County. House Bill 717 by substitute by Representative Baird of the 24th Forsyth County. House Bill 729 by Representative Lupton of the 83rd City of Brookhaven. House Bill 748 by Representative Reeves of the 99th Gwinnett County. House Bill 751 by Carpenter of the 4th City of Cohutta. House Bill 752 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 753 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th Whitfield County. House Bill 754 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th Whitfield County. House Bill 755 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Tunnel Hill. House Bill 756 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Dalton. House Bill 758 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Dalton. House Bill 761 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Tunnel Hill. House Bill 762 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th City of Dalton. House Bill 763 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 764 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 765 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 766 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 767 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st Tacony County. House Bill 768 by Representative Wiedauer of the 121st
Mr. Clerk, will you
Tacony County.
suspend? Just want to let you know both ante rooms are empty now. So you brought every conversation to the floor. I got nowhere to go today, y'all. I ain't got dinner plans, and I got some crackers over in my office. I'm good till about 9 or 10 o'clock. I'd love to share with y'all. How many more you got, Mr. Clerk?
About a page. Page in the supplemental. You're good.
How's that, bro? Yeah, let me get them started. Come on, Pam. We're in no hurry. They're not in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. Come on up here. I got all day. Good to see you. I know all these good people have come to the gallery to hear what we do. And I know all this sound is rising up there. They can't hear a thing because I can't hear anything where I'm standing at. Thank you, members. Mr. Clerk, please continue.
House Bill 768 by Representative Wiedauer, the 121st to Coney County. House Bill 769 by Representative Wiedauer, the 121st to Coney County. House Bill 770 by Representative Wiedauer, the 121st to Coney County. House Bill 771 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th City of Cohutta. House Bill 786 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th City of Dalton. House Bill 787 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th Whitfield County. House Bill 789 by Representative Carpenter of the 4th Whitfield County. House Bill 791 by Representative Wiedauer, 121st to Coney County. Senate Bill 289 by Senator Jones of the 10th City of Hampton. Senate Bill 290 by Senator Jones of the 10th City of Hampton. Supplemental calendar, House Bill 775 by substitute by Representative Williamson of the 112th City of Social Circle.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendars? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendars will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the yeas are 162, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. Before we move on to morning orders, we have a few people I'd like to introduce to you on the floor that have served in this chamber and served across the way. They're all kind of has-beens. That's what they all are. Has-beens. So we're going to introduce them right now, though. We'll make the best of it. Former House member Fran Millar, who was later a senator, served very honorably in the Senate. Fran, good to have you. Former State Representative Pam Stanley. Where's Pam? There she is. And of course, the most beloved member of the Senate of all times, Chairman Jeff Mullis. Good to have you all. And now, to the really important young man whose career is on the rise. He was just elected. He'll be sworn in the next few days. The newest member of this body, or soon to be the newest member of this body, soon to be Representative Eric Bell. Make Eric welcome. Representative Ingo Willis will now introduce the doctor of the day. Let's have your attention. Give our physician your attention. Thank you so much. Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm happy to report that there is indeed a doctor in the house, and it is my pleasure to introduce her today. Dr. Alice Frey is originally from Lithonia, Georgia. So one time for the East Side, she attended Xavier University of Louisiana for her undergraduate degree and the illustrious Howard University College of Medicine for her MD, finishing in 2008. She completed her residency training in emergency medicine at East Carolina University and Maimonides Medical Center in Brooklyn, New York in 2011. She returned to Atlanta and has worked for multiple hospitals in Georgia and the metro Atlanta area and is currently serving Kaiser Permanente for the last 5 years. It is my pleasure to introduce our Doctor of the Day, Dr. Alice Frey. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. It is my pleasure to serve as the Doctor of the Day, and thank you for your service to the people of Georgia. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Ray, and thank you for being here. We'll move on to morning orders. I'm going to ask the members, if you don't have a group in the gallery, if you can postpone your morning order till the afternoon orders, that would be great, because we have a lot of morning orders. I'm going to ask you to be brief in the well, very brief in the well, or we'll get started right after lunch if you don't. Very brief in the well. Chairman Chokas is recognized for a morning order. Can this one wait, Chairman Chokas, or you need to make this one? Is this an afternoon order or a morning order? Chairman Chokas is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To celebrate the 202nd anniversary of Greek independence, I've placed on your desk some baklava for y'all to enjoy. And also for this occasion, I'd like to recognize some guests in the gallery. We have Theodoros Dimopoulos, who is the Greek Council of Atlanta. Y'all stand. My pastor, Father Theodore Ermir, from Macon, Georgia, the Holy Cross Greek Orthodox Church there. And he's accompanied by his 4.5-year-old son, Yakim. Abby Kousouris is a journalist with Atlanta Fox News. Stand up. My cousin Bill Akeland is there. Go ahead. And Eleni Karounos from the Judicial Council is there as well. So please welcome them to the gallery. And I want to share just a few words about Greek independence. They won their independence against the oppressive Ottoman Muslim Turkish Empire on March 25th, 1821. And the people of Greece were inspired by the American Revolution. As a matter of fact, the United States' first president, George Washington, is praised in the Greek national anthem. The people of Greece and the United States have maintained an unshakable bond for over 2 centuries, fighting as allies in both world wars and all major conflicts. The close relationship was further demonstrated by the signing of the Second Amendment.
Gentlemen, we'll finish up in about 10 seconds.
Yes, sir. Despite being situated near a turbulent part of the world, Greece has continued to be a bastion of democracy, a pillar of stability, and an unfaltering ally of the U.S. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Love Greece and the Greek people. Love to have y'all here. Thank y'all for being here. Whip Park is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. We have with us today folks from the Gwinnett Youth Commission. Would love to invite folks from Gwinnett County to join me. The Gwinnett Youth Commission is a year-long Gwinnett County government program designed to encourage and educate high school students in local government and civic affairs to develop the next generation of leaders. They serve as representatives for Gwinnett's Board of Commissioners and have opportunities to qualify for service awards and invest in themselves and their communities. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming the next generation of leaders to the People's House. Y'all, please stand and be recognized if the Gwinnett Youth Commission is here. If not, all right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Welcome.
They said he was going to
Thank
be
you,
here
Mr.
about
Whip.
10 o'clock.
Whip's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is also Go Vote Georgia Day at the Capitol. We have with us pro-democracy coalition partners and organizations who've worked tirelessly to register hundreds of thousands of people to vote and to turn out millions of Georgians to exercise their most fundamental right to vote. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming and thanking those who have fought to protect our right to vote and the freedom as Americans to continue the hard work to perfect our union. Y'all, please stand and be recognized. Over here on the left. Thank you so much for your good work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Boehner and Representative Carter are recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize Mr. Glenn Reed. Representative Doreen Carter and I will be speaking about him. We are presenting him a Georgia Outstanding Citizen Award today. If you could please stand. He is a former law partner at the world's 27th largest law firm, King & Spalding. Over 30 years ago, he founded the healthcare practice at King & Spalding, which was ranked #1. He is also a pro bono legal advisor for MedShare, Georgia's NGO that delivers medical supplies and biomedical equipment across the globe. He's a dean of counsel at Emory University and chair and CEO of his family's private foundation, which does a lot of activities for the community worldwide. And Rep. Carter.
And we wanted to acknowledge Mr. Reed and his foundation for the work that he's done in Africa, Asia, Latin and Central America, and the Caribbean. And since 2003, his foundation has offered maintenance and water wells and equipment of over $176 million worth of services. His social impact investment partner with Care Social Ventures and Kiva provided over $2 million to 74,500,000 borrowers in 25 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all join us in acknowledging Mr. Reed and his great humanitarian work across the world? Thank you, and we yield the well.
Chairman Carpenter is recognized for a morning order. And friends.
All right, thank you, Speaker. Everybody, you know what time it is. It's natty time, baby. Here's your natty daddy right here, folks. Go dog. That'll be in your office. We want to thank the Dalton Chamber of Commerce and especially Mohawk Industries for making these fine collectible items. I don't want to see these on eBay.
Representative Crawford is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. Good morning. Today I have a special group visiting the Capitol. A young group called the Leadership Academy, the prestigious Leadership Academy out of DeKalb County. They are a young group that wanted to see how we operate and how we work and wanted to see what we do in the Capitol. They'll be visiting the Capitol Hill this upcoming summer as well as Parliament, but I explained to them that there is no house like the People's House. So I'm excited that they came there. The 100 black men, they are also here, the 100 black men of DeKalb County. So thank you for your mentorship. Please, Youth Academy, Leadership Academy, stand up and be recognized. And we have a resolution that we're going to be taking back to DeKalb County. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Representative Bernal is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning, I would like to recognize Widows and Widowers Day at the Capitol. Life After the Rain started May 21st, 2016. It is an organization of widows and widowers committed to helping one another regain their quality of life and recover from the heartbreak and tragedy of losing their spouse. They're in the gallery. Would you please stand? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Marion is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Buenos días a todos. Wow, a couple days left. So this morning, I want to rise to recognize Mr. Ed Cota. He founded in 1998 Clínica Mi Familia Sí Baby. The clinic has served the Hispanic community for over 25 years. Would you stand, Ed, and your people, please? They have delivered over 33,000 babies. Also, throughout the pandemic, the clinic was instrumental in reaching the Hispanic and underserved community by providing them with more than 30,000 COVID-19 vaccines and boosters shots, regardless of insurance coverage or legal status. Thank you very much for that. I just want to have the members to rise and recognize Mi Clínica, Mi Familia Baby, Ed Cota, and his folks over there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Park Cannon is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Morehouse School of Medicine Physician Assistant Day. Please stand up. Thank you so much for all you do for maternal health care providers in this state. You're one of 9 programs in this state, and especially Ms. Pangela Dawson, the founding director of this program. If you'll wave, we appreciate you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Adesanya is recognized for a morning order. Where is he? Here he comes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, please join me in welcoming the faculty members and students of Maurice Brown College. They dedicate so much of their time to helping all of the minority students. If you hear the faculty, staff, and students, can you stand up and get recognized? Maurice Brown. Where are they? They're here. They're here. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Roberts, recognized for a morning order.
Any teachers that want to join me, or pro-educators, colleagues, I have some special people in the house. I want to welcome Dr. Denson and Heavenly Montgomery, 2 of our esteemed National Board Certified teachers. This certification is the most respected professional certification available in education and provides numerous benefits to teachers, students, and schools. It was designed to develop, retain, and recognize accomplished teachers and to generate ongoing improvement in schools nationwide. These teachers spend hundreds of hours putting together portfolios and passing national assessments to earn this certification that costs them $2,500. They also have to renew it every 5 years. We used to give our nationally certified teachers a bonus. I'm hopeful in the near future that we can work to reinstate some financial recognition of these certified teachers. Georgia has a teacher shortage, and we've been passing legislation to encourage filling that gap. But we should also strive to ensure Georgia has the best teachers. Our children deserve that. There they are. Everybody give them a round of applause. We appreciate all you do to be the best of the best.
Chair Lady Dempsey and Representative Ballard are recognized for a morning order.
Good morning. To make sure that those teachers have the best ready students, you have a little something on your desk today. 2 great board books. If you are a parent, or maybe even some of you are young enough that you remember board books that you read yourself. I've had so many of you actually that are grandparents come up to me today and tell me how excited you are about that. I want you to make sure you look at the flyer that's on there. We have a resolution. I'm not going to read it, of course, but I want to make sure you know a little bit about this profound program, Reach Out and Read in Georgia. This is, along with many other days, Reach Out and Read Day at our state capitol. This is an early intervention literacy program that was developed in 1989 at Boston Medical Centers and expanded to each and every one of our 50 states. In Georgia, the affiliate office launched in 2012 and today serves 189,000+ children and families in 72 counties, 193 hospitals, pediatric practices, clinics, and home visiting program sites, with 122 applications right now to join it. This is the most wonderful program, y'all. Children go to their pediatrician from birth, that first visit, all the way through age 5, and the pediatrician writes a prescription to that parent to read to that child and gives the child a book to take home and enjoy and encourage that early and important brain development and all the great things that come along to help them be ready for school one day. Upstairs, we have Amy Erickson. Amy, if you would stand up, the executive director, Dr. Terry McFadden, the medical director, Carolina Klinker, and Kim Thomas, the program managers. Thank you for all you are doing and the many ways you will help our children.
Let's see, Representative Gaines, Chairman Rhodes, Chairman Wiedauer, Representative Fry have some friends here. We want to make sure we acknowledge y'all do have friends. So let's see. Recognized for a morning order.
Yesterday we had 2 trophies who were here, good friends of Athens. But do want to recognize we have several student group or 2 different UGA student groups here in the audience today. I first want to recognize the University of Georgia Student Government Association. If y'all can stand and be recognized.
Oh yeah, coming after your seats.
I just heard Representative Fry say these folks are all coming for our seats, so look forward to many of you being elected to the House in the future, especially President Bryson Henriott. I know he's a lame duck president on his way out, so you can do whatever you want now. But thank you all so much for coming to UGA SGA. And we're also doing a resolution this morning that we'll be introducing here shortly. Also want to recognize from the School of Social Work student group with Dr. Ed Rissler. If y'all are in the audience, will y'all please stand? Some other great UGA students. Thank you, Dr. Rissler, and thank you all the UGA students for being here today. Go Dogs.
Welcome to the People's House. Representative Drenner and the DeKalb delegations recognized for a morning order.
Look at Billy.
Billy. Billy and Shay.
They don't want to come. Let them keep talking. Good morning, everyone. Today we are proud to recognize March 23rd, 2023 as DeKalb Day at the Capitol.
Yes.
DeKalb County was founded on December 9th, 1822 as Georgia's 56th county and celebrates its bicentennial this year. Please stand and recognize CEO Michael Thurman, who's in the gallery, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Bradshaw, Commissioner Terry, Commissioner Long Spears, and Presiding Officer Robert Patrick. We invite all of you to join us in the rotunda for lunch, and let's hear it for DeKalb Day at the Capitol.
Chairman Thurman, former Representative Thurman. How about do me the honor and come down and let's take a photo if you don't mind. Would love to. Representative Bentley. Members, you need to give the lady in the wheel your respect. This is a special presentation. Special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker,
Lady will suspend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to yield to.
Lady will suspend till we get order in the chamber. Members, this is a special recognition this morning. Lady will proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to yield to Representative Glaze.
So this morning we come in honor of
our representative from this great chamber, Tish Nagisi. As many of you know, we will put her to rest this Saturday, but because we have such a wonderful representative, Patty Bentley, she helped us make sure that we could give something to her only living son that would be honorable of her work here in the house. So this is from all of us in the house to her son. And if you would allow this blanket to open up so you can see how beautiful it is.
Turn it around so the speaker can see it.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. Heaven has gained a new angel, Tish Nagisi.
Yes.
Thank you, members. As I said to y'all the other day, a story seldom told is soon forgotten. So we're going to tell Tish's story and of her service in this house to her fellow man and to her family. Thank you, members, for doing that. Representative Bentley, that's special. Representative Roman and the Forsyth delegation now is ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Forsyth delegation.
Get very excited.
Forsyth County
Yes.
delegation.
Good morning, everybody. For some context about why I'm the one standing up here, I am a proud graduate of South Forsyth High School, and I am honored today to welcome the Humanities Academy from Forsyth Central High School. It's a rigorous project-based 4-year program focused on cultivating compassionate leaders of tomorrow. These students, as a result of the program, are college and career ready, and includes them becoming very curious, civil, empathetic, and open-minded leaders. The Humanities Academy promises that every child who graduates from this program will be published, practiced, and prepared for college, career, and life. So if you will please help me welcome them to the People's House. Y'all please stand so we can recognize you. And Mr. Speaker, as a point of personal privilege, that's my high school teacher right there, Matthew Thompson. So if y'all are wondering why I am who I am, it's because of him. So you can either blame him or thank him, that's your call. But I'm so excited to be welcoming y'all today. That's what I thought.
I believe it worked out. Representative Danny Mathis is recognized for a morning order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. I am proud to have in the gallery over here to my right the Bleckley County Royal One-Act Play State Champions. They presented to the state the 9 to 5 musical. They are directed under Miss Kelly Greer and Miss Vicki Speck. We are honored to have Dr. Trey Bellflower, our superintendent, with us today, who, by the way, is the daddy of Farm Bureau lobbyist Adam Bellflower that we see out in the hall, and our high school principal, Dr. Brad Knox. Will you please join me in congratulating them in a state champion one-act play? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're going to move on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 45?
Senate Bill 45 by Senator Anna Duarte of the 31st, to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 16 and Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to health of students in elementary and secondary education, so as to provide for the care of students being treated for epilepsy or a seizure disorder. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair Lady Dempsey is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. We've had a joy-filled morning. It's very important to pause now as we begin to go through these measures. This first one, I actually wore the right color for today. It's purple. This Sunday is being recognized in our state as the day for epilepsy awareness in the state of Georgia. I was so unaware of a lot of this, and I actually have a husband who had a heat stroke running track in college, which brought on a seizure, and those seizures returned later in life. He's on great medicine and he stays very healthy. But there are actually 40 different forms of epilepsy, as well as 25 different kinds of seizures. Some are easy to recognize, some are not. Just like many of the things we've done to have a prevention mode in our schools, whether it is an allergy, a reaction to a bee, peanut butter, anything else that can help a child and a parent feel safe, it's time for there to be an epilepsy plan for each and every child that might be diagnosed with that, and that's what this is. Approximately almost 17,000 children and teens live actively with epilepsy in Georgia and miss 11 or more days of school in the past year is the average number that they miss because of this true challenge. We have an opportunity now with free training. It's not only good for our teachers and the staff and everyone in the schools, but friends and each of us who might suddenly find ourselves in that situation. It's free, it's online through the Epilepsy Alliance Foundation. It takes about an hour to do with a brief registration before it, and afterwards a certificate is provided. So what we are going to do is try to join 20 other states that have passed this safe seizure law. Kentucky, Indiana, Texas, Illinois, New Jersey, Virginia, Washington, Oklahoma, Alabama, Colorado, Nebraska, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Utah, Florida, Maryland, Arizona, Missouri, Louisiana, and California. We cannot let them take better care of this situation than we can. It is imperative that we take care of each and every one of these young people. It requires that no later than August 1st of this year, the Department of Education shall develop a model seizure action plan. Not every school has a nurse. Those that do, that can be the person. But if they don't, it's quite possible for other teachers, other administrators, others to be aware and be prepared of the exact need for that exact child. Some of our special needs children have multiple seizures and very intense seizures, but there are also those that can go unnoticed but can cause severe complications if not treated exactly correctly for that individual child. So I ask you to join me today in supporting this measure to help our children be safe and parents to feel safe about having their children in a school. Mr. Speaker, I will take questions or yield the well.
Lady has no questions.
Thank you. I ask for your favorable support.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Chairman Richard Smith rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that Senate Bill 158 and Senate Bill 199 be recommitted to rules.
Clerk will read the caption of 158 and 199 and 199.
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others being titled an act to amend Chapter 32 with Title 33, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to property insurance deals to provide for an insurance premium discount. Senate Bill 199 by Senator Estevez of the 6th to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 18 of Title 45 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to State Employees Benefit Plan Council so as to require such councils to establish health savings accounts.
On the gentleman's motion that SB 158 and SB 199 be withdrawn from the calendar and recommitted to the Rules Committee, is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 6565?
Senate Bill 65 by Senator Watson of the 1st and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 33 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions so as to authorize the Commissioner of Insurance to take certain actions, including but not limited to promulgating rules, applying for federal monies, and establishing an advisory committee. This bill having referred to the Committee on Insurance, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Lumsden is recognized to present the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I bring to you Senate Bill 65, which is a governor's bill. This bill is a one-page bill that does only two things. First, it authorizes the Commissioner of Insurance to take the necessary action to establish a state-based health insurance exchange to serve as the enrollment platform for individuals to shop for and purchase health insurance in Georgia. And secondly, it strikes from code language that prohibits the state from establishing and operating a state-based health exchange. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill. I'll be glad to appreciate your favorable consideration.
Gentleman, yield, or is he taking a question?
I'll take a question.
Representative Al is recognized for a question to your right.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Thank you. I have two questions, if that's okay. The first question is, as we're moving to transition away from a federally facilitated exchange on healthcare.gov to a state-based marketplace, what is going to be the timeline for implementation of this program, and how is the state prioritize funds for marketing, outreach, and consumer advocacy?
As far as the timeline is concerned, the insurance commissioner, as I understand it, has been working on this for some time to get the program ready to go, so it should be a fairly short process to get the implementation going. And a lot of the funding mechanism is from the monies that are paid to the currently that are going to support it at the federal level will be coming to the state level.
Okay. One follow-up question, if I may?
Sure.
Thank you. If the gentleman further yields, how will the state ensure that it does have a robust patient navigator system to reach, first of all, low-income or uninsured patients, and also to help people who speak languages other than English? I'm just going to say I'm asking this because I note that healthcare.gov offers resources for patient registration in 15 languages, and that Georgia is also becoming increasingly international. So what programs do we have for that?
The Navigator program will remain. It will just be answerable at the state level instead of being answerable at the federal level, but the Navigators will still be just as they are.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for another question or two.
One more question.
Chair recognizes Whip Park to your left, right in front of you for a question. Whip Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the chairman yield?
I do.
Is it not true that this bill would create a state-based exchange similar to about 10 to 20 other states that have a state-based exchange?
I think 17 other states and D.C. already have implemented this, yes.
Does the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that this state-based exchange would have to be subject to the protections found under federal law that ensure that, for example, all the qualified health benefits are included in the plans that are on these exchanges, and that also allows for flexibility?
Absolutely. We're still bound by all of the ACA regulations. So, yes, this is just transitioning from a federal program to a state program, which, frankly, if you've dealt with any federal programs, you know that they can be unwieldy and slow sometimes, and we feel like we can be more flexible and move quicker when things need to be dealt with at the state level than waiting on the feds to take care of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Lisa Campbell rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Point of inquiry, please.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the website that is set to launch for this exchange platform that is currently covering more than 700,000 Georgians is set to launch without a beta rollout period while it's simultaneously happening as Medicaid unwinding is happening? And the bill and the governor's team, is it also not true that they have not shared mitigation plans for that, a backup plan or redundancy plan for that significant number of Georgians?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question, but if the lady so states, I'm sure she believes it to be true. Here we go. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 136 and nays 33. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 86?
Senate Bill 86 by Senator Brass, the 28th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to allow eligible students participating in the dual enrollment program to access Hope Career Grant funds. This bill having referred to the Committee on Higher Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 179th House District, Representative Rick Townsend, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good bill. It would help students access their Hope credit grants earlier. Right now, they're allowed to access it as a senior in high school, junior or senior in high school. This way, they can access it as a 10th grader to help high-demand fields such as advanced manufacturing, nursing, welding. Allows those kids to take those technical credits early on as a sophomore. Junior year, use their Hope credits. Then, for example, nursing. Senior year, then they would go to be a CNA, take the courses for that, be a CNA, work at the hospital system, and then go directly into their RN degree as well. Welders and stuff can start the workforce as a senior in high school as well if we move these grants. It's a good bill. There's another bill that's attached to it to study. This sunsets in 3 years to make sure it doesn't get out of control. It's a If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer, Mr. Speaker, but we're excited for this workforce opportunity for our students. And this is something they can choose to do or not, and it's going to help your community out if you'd like to be involved with it, your manufacturers, your healthcare centers, other areas like that as well. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take any questions at this time.
Gentleman has a question. Representative Betsy Holland, to your right, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that this program does not increase any costs for the state? We are simply allowing students to access something they would be qualified to access anyway, just earlier. So we're not necessarily increasing the cost of dual enrollment or of HOPE.
Yes, ma'am, you are correct.
Thank you for bringing the bill.
Gentleman has no further questions.
I yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 167, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 91.
Senate Bill 91 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 9 and Title 34 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to workers' compensation so as to extend the time period for the dissolution of the subsequent injury trust fund. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Representative Houston Gaines is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 91, simple bill, just a date change that changes the time by 2 years of when the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund transitions to the Department of Insurance. Both the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund and Department of Insurance are requesting this bill. It's an agency bill. No opposition to my knowledge. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 95?
Senate Bill 95 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 12.837.1 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to state grants authorized relative to general provisions of solid waste management so as to specify the manner in which funds are appropriated to the Solid Waste Trust Fund. This bill having referred to the Committee on Natural Resources and Environment, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chairman Petrie is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you today Senate Bill 95. This bill deals with the Solid Waste Trust Fund. On your desk, you'll see an audit that was done in 2015 of our Solid Waste Trust Fund. One of the primary recommendations here was that we move our tire fee. So when we established this in 1992, we established a $1 fee on all new tires sold in this state to help us with tire pile cleanup all across this state. And many of you are quite aware, as I am, of how many of these piles are still out there all across our state. What we discovered is we're only collecting about 80% of those funds because not all of our retailers are paying it. And so one of the primary recommendations is that we move that collection away from retailers, about 46 or so hundred of them in the state, to less than 100 wholesalers, and which are described in the bill as distributors. So this bill very simply shifts that to the distributors rather than the retailers. All of your tire shops in your community are going to love you for this one. And moreover, we're going to increase our collections dramatically, probably around $2 to $3 million that are being left on the table that we could use for these cleanup projects. One more thing in Section 1, you'll see we do add, the governor will add a new appointment to the Recycling Market Development Council, and that will be somebody to represent the tire industry. That's very simply what this measure does, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to answer any questions if there are any.
Gentlemen, yield for a question. You have a couple.
Yes, sir, I yield.
Representative Wilkerson is recognized for a question to your left in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess looking at lines 49 through 53, currently the retailers can deduct a certain amount. Is that correct? As far as, I'm assuming that's for doing the reports.
That's correct.
Does that amount need to be increased at some point because the distributors are now collecting a significantly amount more? Because you're having fewer distributors going to collect more, they're going to submit more, they're going to ask for more than that $3,000.
Yeah, that issue was never addressed. It wasn't as part of the recommendations in the audit, and so we did not address that. So what you'll see, Representative, that language remains the same and is unchanged in this measure.
Gentlemen, yield.
Yes,
Representative Chaz Cannon to your right has a question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Do you yield?
Yes, sir, I yield.
Is it not true that rural counties, such as the ones I represent, depend significantly on this trust fund for the tires to have a collection to then take them back to the state?
Yes, sir. It's vital. These tire piles are everywhere, and this material is useful. It's recycled and has great reuse value. So thank you, sir. Thank you for the question.
You have one more, Representative Bennett.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'll take one more.
Right out to your left, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I
yield.
to understand that the $1 will no longer be accepted, taken, or paid to the retailer? Is that?
No, ma'am. So the $1 fee will still be charged, but it will come from the distributor, as the bill describes it, rather than the retailer. So it's just a matter of where we're getting it, at what point in the process. We're getting it from the distributor. Again, about 100 folks. If you can think about the advantage administratively, rather than trying to collect it from 4,600 retailers, we're collecting it from around 100 distributors.
Thank you.
But the fee is unchanged. The $1 fee remains the same as it has since 1992. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays 1. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 129?
Senate Bill 129 by Senator Williams, the 25th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to primaries and elections generally so as to provide for time off for employees to advance vote. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Representative Leverett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm presenting to you today Senate Bill 129. This is a bill filed by a former member of this body, Senator Rick Williams. I was telling Rick, whenever I see members who were House members who've now gone into the Senate, I'm reminded of the words of the old man in A Christmas Story in one of the dream sequences where Ralphie imagines having gone blind because of the lifebuoy punishment he got, and his old man says, "What has brought you to this lowly state?" So anyway, we've got a number of alums over there, but Rick is doing a good job. This is a bill, actually, the essential and original component of the bill is Section 3. That was a bill, actually, that was filed in this chamber last year by Representative Hagan that would expand the existing protections in Georgia law that allow people to take time off on election day to vote. The statute has not been amended since we adopted early voting. It still just addresses election day. So we are expanding that protection to also extend to employees can take up to 2 hours to vote on a early voting day. They have to notify the employer, and the employer can designate the actual time they take off, but it does allow people to have that time off if they need it to vote on an early voting day. So that's a bill that passed out of this House, I think, almost unanimously last year, and I would encourage you to vote favorably for the bill again this year because it contains that, plus some other sections which are, and I hate to use this word in the well, but largely cleanup that was requested by the Secretary of State. Specifically, just to walk through those quickly, Section 1, that has to do with the performance review boards. There's a provision that allows the appointment of local election officials to those boards. That has arguably been construed to refer to an entire board of elections and registration, so you'd have to appoint the entire board. We're just amending that to make it clear that specific board members can be appointed. In Section 2, we're changing the text of the disclaimer that has to go out, that has to appear prominently on a ballot application. The initial language, I think, was in an earlier version of 202 when it was moving through the process, and there were later some changes made to that section, and the disclaimer is more consistent with the law as actually passed. Section 3 is the original bill from the Senate. Section 4 has to do with the reports that the local election superintendents have to generate on the day of the election as to what they're supposed to file a report currently by 10 o'clock as to what ballots they've counted and what ballots still remain. Problem with that is, of course, that's the exact time they're assiduously trying to get the ballots counted, so we pushed that time back to 11:59. And then the final section, we're just trying to clear up some of the processes on audits and make it clear that auditing can also occur on primaries and other elections as well as general elections. Mr. Speaker, that's the gist of the bill, and I'm glad to stand for any questions.
You have no questions, but we do have another speaker on the bill.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will yield the well and ask your favorable consideration of Senate Bill 129.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Bernal is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is an improvement. However, the intention to modify or eliminate risk-limiting audit procedures could be an unintended consequence of creating a lack of integrity in Georgia's elections. A risk-limiting audit can tell us to the highest level of certainty that the announced election outcome is correct. If there is a problem with the machine counting, a risk-limiting audit can catch and correct the problem. If potential high-stakes sampling of the statewide contest is needed, a risk-limiting audit of the fail-safe method is the fail-safe method to collect the accurate sample size. Georgia used the risk-limiting audit method to reconcile the 2020 presidential election. This bill would also be more acceptable if we could add at least 10 drop boxes to each county, because we all don't have mailboxes at the end of our driveways, and we have constituents that work different shifts and need more flexibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays 9. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 204?
Senate Bill 204 by Representative Donald Zallo, the 27th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 14, Title 20, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to education accountability, so as to provide for the recognition of certain accrediting agencies as evaluators of the quality of education offered in public schools in this state. This bill having referred to the Committee on Education, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The lady from the 36th House District, Representative Jenny Earhart, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I present to you SB 204, which addresses the issue of accreditation of our K-12 public school systems. The organizations that accredit our public schools are private agencies. They are funded by our tax dollars by way of our school districts. These private accrediting agencies are independent, unelected bodies that have no oversight from the State Board of Education or the General Assembly. They have no accountability to any elected body or state agency in Georgia. They are, in a word, unregulated. By their own declaration, they are not subject to open records requests. They have no allowance for due process and offer no independent appeals process should a public school system disagree with the findings of the accreditation review. Additionally, in just the past 3 years, they have entered into the business practice of selling improvement services to the same school districts they accredit, typically based on the findings of their review. Currently in Georgia, there is nothing in code that offers any oversight to these accrediting agencies. So why is this all concerning? Because eligibility for the Hope Scholarship requires that our high school seniors graduate from an accredited high school. So without accreditation, they are not eligible. So essentially, we have an unelected, unaccountable private entity with the power to grant, downgrade, or remove accreditation, or threaten to do so and affect our students' eligibility for Hope. HB 506 seeks to address these concerns by providing some guidance and guardrails to this taxpayer-funded accreditation process so that Georgia doesn't abdicate something as important as Hope Scholarship eligibility to a private entity. The bill creates a new article in code that does the following. It defines what a recognized accrediting agency is. It sets forth that the State Board of Education shall establish accreditation criteria based 65% on the academic quality of the school district, including but not limited to student achievement, closure of student achievement gap, and student progress. 35% of the accreditation criteria would be based on the financial efficiency of the school district and how state and federal funds are being used by the district to impact student achievement. It also provides for a due process. That means a hearing, a right to appeal, a right for the school district to be represented by counsel if needed. It prohibits the agency from selling any services or materials to the school district that are intended to address any deficiencies they find, so thereby eliminating the conflict of interest that currently exists. It provides for compliance with open records, right? The agency must give full disclosure to the school system of any complaint that warrants a special review. It allows the state BOE to determine if they are complying, and most importantly, it provides for an appeals process for your school districts through the creation of an accreditation committee through the BOE in case there's a dispute between the school and the accrediting agency. It allows them to find either through mediation, through compromise, to find a solution to any disagreement that the school district may have with the accreditation agency's findings. And that is what HB 506 does. It passed unanimously out of our education committee. I ask for your favorable support, and Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for any questions if there are any.
You have a couple. To your left, Chairman Parsons, to your immediate left, has a question. Gentleman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Speaker. The lady yield.
I will.
I wanted to ask, I see the Senate Bill 206 is sponsored in the Senate by the gentleman from the 27th over there. And I just wanted to ask, is this Senate Bill 204, rather, the language on this bill substantially the language in a bill that I know that you have worked on?
It is. Thank you. Unfortunately, my bill just didn't quite make it across on crossover, but Senator Delazelle was certainly willing to incorporate some of the language in mine. It provided, I believe his originally did not allow for an appeals process, so we added that to his bill. It is essentially the bill that I carried.
Very good. Thank you for your hard work on this.
Thank you.
Representative Doreen Carter, to your extreme left back here, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentle lady yield?
Yes.
Would you clarify for me the language that states that the accrediting agency cannot offer services for a cost, but are they also prohibited from providing a service if there's no additional cost?
Right. Thank you for that question. It does not prohibit them from providing a service if there is no additional cost. It simply eliminates the ability of them to go in and diagnose the problem and then sell the school district a solution to that problem. It also doesn't prohibit them from offering or selling services that address issues that were not found as part of a deficiency in the school district. I do remember that was a concern that you had, and I hope that's been sufficiently addressed.
That's a gentle lady.
Yes.
Yeah. So it does, and thank you for that, but I would like a point of clarity that it did not leave the committee with full support, because I did vote against it, but I will be voting for it on the floor today.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Lady, yield for one more.
One more question.
Representative Lisa Campbell, to your left, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlewoman yield?
Yes.
And my my Ackworth neighbor. My question is, well, I'm excited to affirm your stance advocating for accountability in our educational systems. I'm curious for point C1 on page 6. An accrediting agency shall not apply any standards, measures, or evaluation criteria not in compliance with state law. Could you just help me understand the types of criteria that would be found in that law?
That would be anything that this body has previously passed or anything that is currently exists in state law, that we are making sure that whatever standards we're using to accredit those agencies don't step outside of what is currently allowed in state law.
And would you yield for one more question?
Mm-hmm.
Do those standards, evaluations, and criteria currently exist in state law?
Do the standards exist? Currently there is nothing in code that addresses accreditation in the state of Georgia. The only reference to accreditation now is as it relates to the Hope Scholarship. So there are no, and that's really one of the reasons for the legislation, there currently is no standard in code that establishes any parameters for accreditation criteria.
And would you yield for one further follow-on question?
Last one.
If the entire point of this bill is to review standards, measures, and to evaluate our schools, and the premise is that the accrediting agency will follow state law, but that law does not exist, how will we rationalize that in supporting this bill?
Not quite sure I understand the question. However, I can tell you that that is certainly not the only purpose for the bill. This is essentially an unregulated area of educational purview. The purpose of the bill is both to set parameters saying, look, everything that we're using to comply needs to either be based on the academic achievement of the school district or the financial responsibility of the school district. That's it. All the other things as well. It does a lot of other really great things for our school district by empowering them to have a say at the table. Let's say they don't agree with their review through the due process and the appeals process, and eliminating the conflict of interest that I mentioned earlier. Thank you for your questions. Mr. Speaker, if there are no further questions, I'll yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? For what purpose does Representative Maynard rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that over the summer I was privileged to be on the accrediting special study committee with the Education Committee, and it was found that schools throughout the state of Georgia are being accredited by an organization that has no oversight whatsoever. And is it not further true, Mr. Speaker, that if an accrediting body has no oversight and they're making up their own rules to accredit a school, that this bill will help provide more oversight for the schools so they are not spending so much money on accrediting services because there is no oversight of the accrediting agency? Is that not true?
Makes sense to me. I know the gentlelady believes what she so states and is certainly informed. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 161, the nays 10. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 197? 197.
Senate Bill 197 by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions relative to professions and businesses so as to prohibit deceptive or misleading terms or false representations by healthcare practitioners in advertisements and representations. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Newton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. This is a transparency bill, and it relates to having patients better understand the varied professionals that they interact with when they receive health care. It does this by having the provider be clear about their area of training, both verbally and in advertising. We all know receiving health care can be a complex and often confusing process, especially at a time when a loved one or family member is ill or injured. There's many specialties. There's lots of different areas of expertise, physical therapy, nutrition, and others. We've discussed numerous times that it does take this team of professionals to provide this care. It turns out more and more, though, are also getting master's level degrees or sometimes even doctorates, which occasionally can be confusing with patients if they're not sure exactly who their overseeing doctor is. This bill does help by making sure that everyone's clear about their level of training. It makes sure that the patient will be informed of the field and the level of training that the provider holds. Does also, as I said, applies to advertising. There's so many varied procedures and individuals involved. I recently had a family member who was hospitalized with a fracture, and even with one of the family members in the room with almost all the time, it can be a very confusing situation when multiple people and consultants are coming into the rooms. You've got teams of surgeons and PAs that work together, nurse practitioners that work together. It can just be a very confusing time, even in the best of situations. I think SB 197 will help give those patients and caregivers the accurate information they need so that they can heal up and get better. I hope you'll support. I'm glad to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman has no questions.
I appreciate your support on SB 197. Thank you.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Leader Beverly, will you join me here for a moment? Well, members, the Senate has not recovered from the kickball game. They had to come in at 1. They had to come in at 1. So will all the members that participated in the whooping, I won't tell you what kind of whooping it is since I'm right up here, the whooping we put on the Senate, and they did try to cheat. I'll go ahead and acknowledge that publicly. They did. They did. So will all the members that participated from the cheer squad stand first? All the cheer squad. I thought you were a cheerleader, Gullett, the way you played. Excuse me, Representative Gutlett. Hey, it was a great day. It started on the sidelines, and it just got better on the field. Now, will all the members, now Representative Gullett, you can stand, all the members that participated in the kickball game. I knew it was going to be a good day when I saw Representative Ruman take out a former Lieutenant Colonel Army Ranger at second base. Yes. Let me tell y'all, a good time was had by all. We were victorious. I guess y'all get that. Y'all see the medals around the room. How many years is this the House has commanded? 2 years since it began. We're on a streak. So next year I want to invite all of you to go down to the kickball game. It was a lot of fun, y'all. And it's always good to win, but we had a lot of fun getting to that end. Representative Beverly, I couldn't get you in the game. You may have to cheer next year. We'll see if we can get you going. I'm not sure, but I'll do my best to get you in the game. Leader Beverly wants to say a few words and congratulate this great team. Thank you, all the members of this House. It was a bipartisan butt whipping that we put on the Senate. I got closer that time, didn't I? But it was a good day. Representative Beverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to say one thing. Whose house? Our house. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow kickball enthusiasts, we did not just win in this house. We won for every kickball kid who's ever played and will ever play who comes to this General Assembly. This victory is not lost on us, and we should be celebrating because we are number one, because it's our house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate what you do. Next year, I'm going to kick the ball across the street, so y'all get ready. I'll see you soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well done.
All right. Good stuff. Thank you all. Well, I guess I will let one member of the cheer squad speak. Representative Moore, you got to keep it short. We're going to lunch. Come on, girl.
Dear Speaker, thank you. Isn't it true by me standing behind first plate screaming, "You ugly," delayed each one of those senators and helped us win, even though I didn't participate in kicking the ball? Isn't that true?
Well, what surprised me is that when you said "you ugly," they turned around and looked at you. They knew what you were talking about. I was going to tell you to be nice until they turned around and looked at you like, yeah, that's me. It was a good day. We had a good day and certainly enjoyed. Representative McLean, you have an announcement. We're going to let you come down front. Anyone else has an announcement before we take off here? We're going to recognize another gentleman that's going to talk to us a little bit, and we're going to recess and go to a little lunch break here. Representative McLean, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want you all to know that Working Family Caucus will be meeting in room 307, and we'll be doing the good, bad, and ugly, and also Medicaid, unwind, in room 307, and there's some lunch. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, yes, Mr. Chairman of Rules, Chairman Richard Smith is recognized for an announcement.
Oh, let's see. Hour for lunch, that'd make it 10 after. We'll meet at 10 minutes after 1. Rules will meet at 1:10. Thank y'all.
Members, we have several of you who won't need to make a motion to move some bills. We're going to take those up at 1:30 when we come back, at 1:30. Chairman Billy Mitchell is recognized for an announcement.
Two very quick announcements. First of all, number one, we have a resolution that will be taken to the late Representative Negishi's funeral. The Speaker will be signing it. I would love to have every single one of you sign it. It will be with the clerk so that you can get your signature there on it. Number two, the House Democratic Caucus will meet mandatory meeting in 6:05. It should not take very long. Lunch will be served. We're going to approve some bylaws. So please be there so we can go to working families and other meetings. Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker.
That completes our announcements. This House will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. This House will be in recess. Ready? House will come to order. Members will please take your seats. We are ready to move on. Good afternoon. Members will please take your seats and give us your attention. Give your attention. The clerk is getting ready to read some privilege resolutions. Mr. Clerk, will you please read a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Representative Letitia Tish Nagisi. Recognizing and commending Bruce Paul Onobrapeya. Recognizing and commending Arun Jaden. Recognizing and commending Imran Niazi. Recognizing and commending Ambassador Amina Amira Smiley. Recognizing and commending Dr. O.K. Anue Iagu. Recognizing and commending Salman Ajani. Honoring the work of Georgia Gwinnett College in educating and preparing its students for success in their future careers, commending and congratulating Calvin Peterson, congratulating the EC Bullets Gravely 14U Fast Pitch Softball Team, commending Corporal Jerry A. Parrish, recognizing Jack Bowerly, proud native of Glenside, Pennsylvania, commending Gwendolyn S. Taylor, recognizing and commending Dougal, recognizing and commending Reverend Dr. Clayton Eugene Taylor Sr., recognizing the Georgia Association of Convenience Stores, recognizing March 23rd, 2023 as Reach Out and Read Day at the State Capitol, congratulating the Bleckley County High School One Act program for coming in first place, congratulating and commending Green Love Kitchen upon its 8th anniversary, congratulating and commending Amanda Stallings for receiving the 2023 Yellow Rose Nikki T. Randall Servant Leader Award, commending and congratulating and Jenny Cook, remembering Muhammad Ali, recognizing the 80-year anniversary of the establishment of the J.A. Jones Shipyard, recognizing March 23, 2023 as DeKalb Day, commending and congratulating Madison Smith, recognizing April 7th, 2023 as Community Legacy Leaders and Activists Day at the State Capitol, recognizing and commending Ruby Bozeman Davis, recognizing and commending the City of Pine Lake Chief of Police, Sari Yuta Green, recognizing and commending Fred Cephas, commending the student leaders of the Student Government Association of the University of Georgia, commending Fabershaw Flint, recognizing and commending Crooked Creek Baptist Church on the occasion of its 220th anniversary, recognizing and commending James Newland, recognizing the efforts of the Atlanta Humane Society, recognizing the Festival of Navras, as well as the Shia Ismaili Muslim community, commending Randy Stafford, Rome High School's 2023 star teacher, commending Shira Garg, Rome High School's 2023 star student, recognizing and commending Pastor Earl L. Calloway Sr., recognizing and commending Banks County Sheriff Carlton Speed, commending the Muskogee Creek Nation, Cherokee Nation, and the Band of Cherokee Indians, recognizing and commending Shekinah Maxwell, recognizing and commending Deanwell S. Wilburn, recognizing and commending Dr. Soni Badu, First Lady Annie Badu, and the Rock Hill Church family, commending Chance Cessna, United States of America's Miss Georgia 2023, and recognizing and commending Up-Level Communications. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there an objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. For what purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Knight of the 134th, creating the House Study Committee on Funding for the Technical College System of Georgia.
Did you read the caption, Mr. Clerk? On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Rules. For what purposes Chair Lady Cooper rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to a committee.
Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Cooper of the 45th and others, creating the House Study Committee on Certificate of Need Modernization.
On the lady's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so that a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Rules. For what purposes Representative Maynard rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like the rules to be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Clerk will read.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Maynard of the 56th, recognizing Miss Charlene Hunter Galt and dedicating a road in her honor.
On the lady's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Transportation. Representative Maynard is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that we disagree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 142.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 142 by Representative Maynard, the 56, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to campus policemen so as to provide for the establishment of unified campus police forces through agreements entered into by colleges and universities.
Representative Maynard is recognized to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I can please have your attention, I would love everybody to vote yes to this disagree. It's the Atlanta University Campus Police Bill. Every single university and college in the state of Georgia is against this amendment, so please vote yes so we can get the students safe in the state of Georgia. Thank you so much.
On the gentlelady's motion that the House disagree to the Senate amendment, is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the House has disagreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 142. Okay, members, we're going to move back to the rules calendar. We have a few bills that we carried over that are on our rules calendar now. We're awaiting a new supplemental rules calendar that will be out shortly. So if you will, moving on to the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to SB 1?
Senate Bill number 1 by Senator Donizell, the 27th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to general provisions regarding state government so as to remove the automatic repealer on the prohibition on state and local governments from requiring proof of COVID vaccination for government services. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Public Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
For informational purposes, before Chairman Jones presents the bill, we do have a number of folks who have signed up to speak, and we have a minority report. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Welcome back from lunch. I have the privilege of carrying Senate Bill 1 by Senator Dolezal. Senate Bill 1 is a simple bill. It extends in perpetuity the current law as it relates to the COVID-19 vaccination status by removing the sunset clause on line 40 of the bill. That's all this bill does. The current law prevents government and all of its subdivisions, agencies, and authorities from discriminating against citizens and denying services based on COVID vaccination status. Mr. Speaker, that is the extent of the bill, and I'll yield for questions.
Gentlemen, you want to yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
To your left, Representative Park Cannon is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, Representative.
Is the COVID-19 pandemic over?
Representative Park, from everything that I have read and based on the knowledge that I have received from studying the data, I would indicate to you that I believe that it is. We've also heard that from certain parts of Washington, but at the end of the day, this is not a bill on whether or not the pandemic is over or whether or not it's still ongoing, but rather this is a bill that says we are not going to allow the state, its agencies, or its subdivisions or authorities to discriminate against any Georgia citizen for services that they are due.
And a follow-up question, do you yield?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you for that answer. And so for those who are differently abled or maybe handicapped or more sensitive to infectious disease, how does this bill impact their livelihood?
Well, I can't speak for all 10.7 million Georgians other than the fact that I believe in their freedom and their liberty. I expect them to take all the proper precautions just like they did before 2020, and I'm sure they will continue to do that, and frankly, I encourage them to do that.
Gentleman, yield for one more.
Yes, sir.
Representative Roman, straight out in front of you.
Hi, does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. It's kind of a two-part question. How does this impact private entities
This does not impact private entities
at all?
at all.
So, but would their contracts be in any way, shape, or form impacted if they do require a COVID vaccine for their employees, but they do work for the state?
What a private company does and a private organization does is basically a contract amongst themselves, and we encourage that.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman has one more question that popped up. Chairman Saines to your left has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is it not true that the CDC marked this pandemic over while this protection was in place and Georgia citizens had this right?
That is true. As I referenced, we have seen Washington and its affiliates, some of them say that, and in fact, you are correct.
Gentleman has no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well, and I ask for your favorable consideration on SB 1.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We will now have up to 30 minutes for those to speak to the bill that are opposed. Representative Al is represented for a presentation. Representative.
Oops. My clown nose fell off. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in opposition to SB 1. And I have to say that speaking against this bill really feels like deja vu all over again, because I remember when this bill was heard last year on the Senate side, back when it was called SB 345. So this bill aims to eliminate the ability for government agencies, including public schools, to require COVID vaccination, quote, as a condition of providing any service or access to any facility. So while it's important to note that no Georgia public schools at present require the COVID vaccine for attendance, the harm posed by bills like this are not abstract. So first, while we know much more about COVID-19 at this point in the pandemic, we cannot anticipate future events, variants, or public health needs. Bills like this tie our hands with respect to the response we can provide, and it limits our toolbox whether we think we need the tools at present or not. So last year, when this bill was called SB 345, Senate Republicans in the HHS committee, my good friends and colleagues, added 2 amendments, both of which we can see in the text of this bill as it stands right now. The first amendment we can see in lines 35 through 39. This was added by Senator Chuck Hofstetler, and this made sure that we didn't ban hospitals and health systems from requiring COVID vaccination of their patient-facing employees, because that would run afoul of CMS requirements for entities that care for Medicare and Medicaid patients. And I think we can agree this is a good amendment, as generally speaking, it's good to not write bills that violate federal law. The second amendment was also a good one, proposed by Senator Dr. Dean Burke, which you can see in line 40. This amendment proposed a 1-year sunset provision on the prohibition of COVID vaccine requirements. Senator Burke, of course, is no longer serving in the Senate because he has been appointed to be the Chief Medical Officer at the Department of Community Health. His reasoning for the sunset provision at the time was that it minimized the effect of SB 345, because we should not tie our own hands when it comes to the ability to respond to future public health crises. SB 1 now eliminates the sunset provision, expanding the potential for this limitation indefinitely. So beyond the specifics, bills like this, seeking to undermine the COVID vaccine, have the effect, in fact, of undermining confidence in all vaccines, including those for polio, the measles, the chickenpox, bacterial meningitis, the list goes on. And whether this was the intended consequence or not, this rise in vaccine hesitancy, supported in part by state governmental efforts to undermine trust in public health, is in fact what we have seen here in Georgia and nationally in the past few years. In other words, we've seen how even a limited version of SB 1, passed last year, is already inflicting demonstrable and lasting harm. And we've seen the way that doubt and cynicism, misinformation, and the undermining of confidence in public institutions has caused cracks in the foundational elements keeping our society safe and indeed free. We have a responsibility in this body because what we say here matters. I think we would all agree on that since we serve in this body. And what we legitimize in our discourse, what issues we focus on in this chamber, what we write into law, this all matters, right? Because for good or for bad, people are listening to us. Whether explicitly or not, bills like this give oxygen to the idea that people should be skeptical of the demonstrated safety and efficacy of a vital public health tool that here in the state of Georgia is still vastly underutilized. Further, this bill limits the Department of Public Health from having all options at its disposal to do the often impossible job we ask of them day after day. This bill is not about our current environment or the current state of the COVID pandemic, which is ongoing, or what we need to require or prohibit right now. This bill is about limiting our ability to respond in the future to circumstances we may not currently be able to anticipate. So one point I need to make here is that pandemics work very quickly. We saw that 3 years ago. This legislature, as we can see, works quite slowly. This is why we should not write limits to our pandemic response into law, the same reason that I don't lay out my kids' clothes 2 weeks in advance because I cannot possibly anticipate what the weather is going to look like. So I recognize that one of the easiest things to do in this chamber is to stand up here and talk and talk and talk and talk, right? I recognize, however, also that one of the hardest things to do in this chamber is to persuade people. But I ask of my colleagues to please, please, please think critically on this issue and view this not through a partisan lens, and simply consider that it should not be the role of this legislature, again, to dictate what public health tools can be at our disposal, even if we don't want to use them right now. Don't burn your bridges, and maybe more importantly than that, do not give people the impression that bridges cannot be trusted. More than any one bill, more than just this bill, what we say here matters. So consider what you say with your vote today, and please vote no on SB 1, this bill that undermines public health. Thank you. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Hutchinson is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're tired of COVID. We're all tired of COVID. I'm tired of COVID. I really wish COVID was not a part of our everyday lives, but unfortunately it still is. We still have people who wear masks. We're not mandated to wear masks, but some people have compromised immune systems, or whatever personal reason they decided they want to wear masks because they might be afraid of COVID. You know, we're not losing 200 people a day like we were during the height of COVID. But Georgia has lost over 40,000 people to COVID and over 1 million across this country. I want to digress a minute. I'm a social worker. Prior to my election in 2018, we have a lot of new people. Prior to my election, I did not hang out at the Capitol. I did not know the intricacies of what people or party can pass what or chair what. Or when I first got here, I am from New Orleans, from the new people. My husband's from Georgia. We decided while we were dating that we could not talk about any form of football whatsoever. Not college, not professional, nothing. So when Atlanta United announced that they were having a professional soccer team, we signed up for season tickets before there was even a name. So I have 4 Atlanta United superfans at my house. When I was running, somebody asked, what's the first thing you're gonna do on your first day of office? And I said, probably not much, but I will start Atlanta United Day. I was elected in November 2018. They won the MLS Cup in December of 2018. So when I was sworn in January, that Atlanta United Day was already started. So I joined, reached across the aisle, joined the effort, and the person I was working with in the House said, I don't like license plates. So when the Atlanta United license plate bill comes, I want you to carry it. I didn't know any better. That was probably my first week as a freshman here. But I was very excited until the lobbyist called me out the day before the vote to say he made the executive decision that a freshman from the minority party could not pass a license plate bill. That was my first lesson here about what I could and could not do. So I've been watching, and things that I thought before I came here just didn't turn out to be, such as medical autonomy. I kind of thought that was a one-sided thing. I kind of thought that we only talked about medical autonomy when we were talking about reproductive rights. But then I learned by watching the debates about masks and vaccines that these are very personal medical decisions that people make with their doctors without the interference of government. Parental rights, utmost importance when we're talking about vaccines, when we're talking about making decisions for children. But there were also times like trans bills where parents have no rights. I thought local control was a huge thing until redistricting, and local bills were hijacked. And that's why I am confused about this bill. Could somebody, I'm truly, truly confused. When does local control matter? Because I represent Snellville. If the next bird flu or raccoon flu or coyote flu hits Snellville, if this passes, it will limit what we can do to protect my constituents from raccoon flu. And believe me, I have a lot of raccoons in my yard, so I am concerned about raccoon flu. But if this bill passes, will Snellville have the authority to control what happens in Snellville so that we don't spread raccoon flu? Reading this bill, I don't think so. When COVID first broke out, and even after and even now, we were criticized as a country that we did not have a safety plan. We didn't have a backup plan if something like COVID hit the planet, which it did. I feel like SB 1 is sending us back into the unknown. If we don't have the ability at the municipality where these things are coming out, how will we control for the next outbreak? And that is my concern. So I'm asking you, for the sake of raccoon flu or coyote flu or whatever flu comes up next year, let's vote no on SB 1 and keep local control where it belongs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Nulowitz is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Nulowitz.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually prefer the term trash panda, but that's not what my speech is about. I actually rise before you today to share my concerns with SB 1. We know, and we have the data that proves to us, that the vaccine rate for routine childhood immunizations has decreased in Georgia. Measles, bacterial meningitis, polio. The rates for all of these childhood vaccines has declined in Georgia. These are completely preventable diseases, and they have devastating consequences for the children and adults who contract these diseases, or even if they are simply exposed to these diseases. For example, if an unvaccinated child exposes their teacher to measles, and if their teacher is expecting a child, the consequences for that unborn child are potentially lethal. In Cobb County, where I'm from, COVID wasn't actually the first time students had to miss school because of an outbreak. In the fall of 2019, in fact, there was a measles outbreak in a middle school in Cobb County that kept almost 24 students out of school for several weeks. Alarmingly, and this is what really disturbs me, this outbreak, this measles outbreak, was never even reported to public health officials. They happened to learn it when they were trying to trace what could have happened with an outbreak that began in Florida, and they realized it was in Georgia, and then they realized that kids had had the measles and nobody had told the Department of Public Health. That is deeply concerning. The root of this outbreak was parents who I think sincerely believed they were acting in the best interest of their children by not vaccinating them. But these parents were in all likelihood making these decisions based on a stream of misinformation that is perpetually churned from a fire hose held by those who, the reality is, stand to make a whole lot of money out of this industry of vaccine disinformation. I have spent years now in my role as a House member immersed in the world of anti-vaccine misinformation, and I'm telling you, there is a lot of money that a lot of folks are making. So it is to their economic benefit that they have policies like this, like SB1 that we're discussing today, because it continues to erode that faith in vaccines. I am an advocate for vaccines because I am so aware of how critical these vaccines are to the health of all Georgians, and by extension to our economy. If we learned anything from the pandemic, and we learned a lot, I hope, it's that a healthy workforce is critical to every business in Georgia. Thus, I am baffled that any employer wouldn't encourage their employees to be vaccinated against any illness as well as their families, because we also know when your kids are sick, your employee isn't able to come to work. It's troubling then to hear elected officials who purport to want a strong, vibrant, healthy Georgia for our individual Georgians and for our economy to be talking about policies that do undermine that faith in vaccines. We know that discussions like those behind SB1 do erode public faith in vaccines. There is data on this also. A lot of scientists have been studying this. We've had a pretty large sample size for the past few years. We know that the potential consequences of this anti-vaccine, anti-science rhetoric is incalculable. Yet we continue with these discussions because all of us in this room hear from a handful of activists who continue to perpetuate this pervasive culture of misinformation. I know that the cohort of folks that emails me about any legislation having to do with vaccines, anything the past few years having to do with the pandemic, the same parents who wanted parental authority, y'all know that term, the same parents who wanted parental authority to choose whether they can have their children vaccinated, to choose whether their children have a mask, the ones who send me information from these organizations that are making a lot of money spreading vaccine misinformation. It's the same folks who emailed me when they love this bill. I always know when I need to be on the lookout for a vaccine bill because I start to get emails from the same group of folks, and I'm sure y'all also have similar cohorts of parents. Again, I do believe they love their children intensely and they think they're doing the right thing. I also know that they have been misled. Equally concerning is the rise of similar sentiments that aren't just anti-science, they're not just anti-vaccine, but they're anti-scientist. They're anti-scientist. Georgia is home to the CDC. It makes me heartsick and continues to have made me heartsick over the years to see people who I know and otherwise respect saying the most awful things about the CDC, because you know what it really is, and I've told this to my friends and family who live out of state who would say things about the CDC or maybe say some conspiracy. I'm like, you understand that in Atlanta, these aren't just a bunch of really smart scientists. They're our neighbors. They're members of our community. They're the people that our kids play soccer with. They're the people we're behind line at the Publix. They're the people who we're going to cheer for the Atlanta United with, or maybe the Saints. Who knows? Your mileage may vary. Wanted to make sure y'all are listening. Who dat? These CDC scientists are not only the experts in our fields, in their field, not my field, their field. I'm really good at talking. These CDC scientists are not only the experts in their fields, but they are our neighbors, right? We know them. We know they're not part of some kind of conspiracy. We know they're not part of any nefarious plot. They're just trying to do the work that they have been trained to do. Frankly, I think that these scientists at the CDC are patriots. Again, it bothers me greatly to know that we are having policy discussions that one way or another undermine the work of these Americans who are working to keep us safe and alive and healthy, and they're doing it right here in our backyard. I'm grateful for their work. I'm grateful for the work of all of the public health employees who continue to plod ahead through the morass of disinformation and public policy proposals that serve only to undermine their life's work. I urge you to vote against this bill. I urge you to support our public health officials. I urge you to support vaccines in Georgia. I yield the well.
Representative Drenner is recognized to speak to the bill.
I got 12 minutes worth of information.
11 and a half.
I got 9 pages here to talk about. Just so you all know, I spent the last 3 years dreaming about the day that I would get to come down here and talk about COVID again. Right? Every one of us in this chamber has been impacted by COVID. First, where you live during a pandemic matters. Second, how old you are during a pandemic matters. Third, what you do for a living during a pandemic matters. And fourth, who is running your response matters. So demographics, geography, social status, party affiliation, and federal-state relationships matter during a pandemic. The federal response to COVID was to avoid a national strategy on what was a national problem that put Americans' reaction apart from the rest of the world. There was a different response in every state. And no other country was the level of friction between national and subnational governments as high as it was in the United States. Everybody's sleeping now in the back. Remember, I have 11 more minutes to go. Thank you, Karen. These decisions shaped 2 basic patterns. First, the decisions that each state were not just reactions to the virus, but were embedded in a far longer and much wider policy stream. Second, these decisions are clustered in important ways, with groups of states following different tactics. There were many arguments for allowing the states to take the lead. To begin with, the virus did not flare up uniformly. As the disease developed, they had surprising patterns, hitting both urban areas and rural hotspots. You may recall that it hit food processing plants here in Georgia. So crafting a single strategy proved extraordinarily difficult. Most notably in the early weeks of the crisis, the lockdown decision was the central public policy action. The pivotal question was whether the lockdown decisions followed the seriousness of the outbreak. Sadly, the death rate provided the best evidence of the severity of the disease, and it was the most uniform national measure, even though reporting problems made even this measure hard to collect. The timing of the governor's decisions was not directly connected with the seriousness of their problems. The pattern of state responses showed that the lockdown in March voted for President Trump at a much lower rate and tended to have a weaker Republican control of their state governments. The decision to lock down was also consisted with a broad collection of disparate policy decisions over a long time. For example, consider the connection between a governor's lockdown decisions and a state previous decision to expand Medicaid as a part of the Affordable Care Act. In the states that did not lockdown in March, almost 2/3 had decided not to expand Medicaid. There were also stark differences in the state's investment in their public health programs. The outbreak of COVID has laid bare a trio of fundamentally essential issues. The first is the relationship between the federal government and the states, the relation among the states, and what is at the point here today is the relationship between the states and their localities. In Georgia, the frictions between the state and the local governments boiled over with fierce battles over who had the authority to set the rules for citizens, which businesses could stay open, and under what circumstances. This intergovernmental confusion meant that it was impossible to get an accurate picture of the disease, its spread, and its health implications. In fact, the benchmark data for tracking COVID increasingly came not from government sources, but instead from private and nonprofit organizations, including a collaborative of media organizations that created their own COVID tracking project. Now, I know at this point all of you are like, why is she continuing to go on? Right? I heard you, Penny. I'm going on because the most enduring questions that has emerged from this COVID outbreak is whether governments in the United States failed, or at least did not succeed as Americans needed it to, precisely because it relied so heavily on the states as laboratories which produce such wide-ranging experiments. The questions you should be asking is, did some states develop strategies that, given the problems they face, produce significantly better outcomes? Did frictions in the system between Washington and some states, between many states and between some states' capitals and their local governments create much higher risk and cost more lives? These questions require us to sustain and examine, because it's impossible to escape the conclusion that the country's initial response was successfully less so than other countries. Its response, in turn, weakened the public's trust and widened political polarization at precisely the time that citizens and business leaders struggled to determine who to believe. That's really what's at issue today in SB 1, is who do we believe? We are preempting local governments again. Today was DeKalb Day. DeKalb was one of the first counties in the state to shut down, to issue a mask mandate, which was taken at issue by the state. Preempting local governments from reacting to a pandemic is the least efficient way to control a pandemic. I would encourage you, I know everybody wants to go. I probably have, 5 more minutes left? I'm thinking about maybe singing a song. In all seriousness, the pandemic was probably the most serious crisis our country faced and continues to face, and eliminating local control is not the way to move forward. I ask you to vote no for SB 1. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to go sit down now.
The lady has wisely yielded the will. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair has none. The previous question is ordered. We do have a minority report for up to 20 minutes. Representative Ann Allen Westbrook is recognized for the first part of the minority report. Representative, you will control the time on the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise to speak against SB 1 because it taints what should be a straightforward public health measure with partisan politics, and it needlessly puts Georgians at risk for preventable illness. We know that COVID-19 has been unfortunately politicized in a way that other diseases have not been. And that was a conscious choice made by political leaders, people like us, people in this body, national leaders, amplified by, I would argue, some of the less reputable media outlets in our country also played a part in that. And the choice that they made was to prioritize political posturing and a distorted view of individual liberty over the health of Americans. And what was the result of that? We lost so many lives unnecessarily because of that choice. But going forward, we can choose better. We can make a different choice. We do not have to continue to make public health a partisan political issue. It is a fact that the COVID vaccine saved lives and continues to save lives. All of us, prior to 2020, had not experienced life in a global pandemic. None of us had. And what we have seen since then is more than 1 million Americans have died, including about 42,000 Georgians. But fortunately, we have a vaccine for COVID-19. It was created, evaluated, and authorized for use in about a year. Researchers were able to leverage previous coronavirus and vaccine research to develop a vaccine for this disease in record time. And what does that vaccine do? It does what vaccines do. It reduces transmission and reduces the severity of illness to save lives. Our message about this should be that this is a feat of science and innovation. This is a good thing. We should be shouting this from the rooftops, and that's what we should have been doing for 3 years, but we're not. We're playing political games. It should not be our message. This only works if people get the vaccine, and we have a role to play as leaders in making sure that people do that. SB 1 does not send that message. It uses our powerful platform as leaders to give oxygen to misinformation, and it sets people up to contract and transmit a preventable disease. Meanwhile, our Georgia Department of Public Health is communicating accurate information about COVID vaccines and accurate information about other vaccines. If you go to their website, you will see information about requirements for some vaccines in some circumstances and recommendations for vaccines in other circumstances. It is consistent in its messaging of confidence and trust that these are life-saving measures that we should be encouraging Georgians to take part in. And we are going to contradict that for politics? That is bad policy and bad governance. Unfortunately, as some of my colleagues have noted, the harm done by this bill is not limited to COVID-19. Misinformation, much like viruses, has a tendency to spread, and there's a very unfortunate spillover effect with COVID-19 vaccine misinformation. It leads to mistrust of other types of vaccination, including vaccinations we have been relying on for decades. Vaccines to address measles and other childhood illnesses. Measles was considered eradicated in the year 2000, and we're now seeing outbreaks of this preventable illness in American children because of misinformation. Last year in Ohio, 77 children under the age of 5 got sick with measles. 1/3 of those were hospitalized. Speaking to the parents here, do you remember what it was like when you had a child under 5 and that child got sick? Especially maybe if you were a new parent and it was your first child. It's terrifying. And we are allowing a situation where misinformation is leading to children being hospitalized when they don't need to be. This is not something we used to see in the US. We didn't see this level of vaccine hesitancy that we see now. At the same time of that Ohio outbreak, there was a study from the Kaiser Family Foundation that reflected a significant rise in parents who oppose vaccine requirements in schools. That's grown significantly since 2019. That's a direct result of the pandemic, how we mishandled it, and the way we let misinformation grow. You can draw a direct line from bills like SB 1 to vaccine hesitancy, to lower vaccination rates, to outbreaks of preventable illness in children. There is a relationship between and among those things. So in closing, I just want to remind us all of the position of influence and power that we have just from the fact that we sit in these seats. The choices we make as leaders matter. Are we going to be a voice for accurate, evidence-based information? Or are we going to join the loud chorus of folks who like to sow distrust and spread misinformation? We cannot put good information and bad information on an equal plane, and that's what SB1 does. We can't do it when the stakes are this high. The stakes are our neighbor's health. So I ask you, please vote no on SB1, and I yield the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady has yielded well. Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized to speak to the bill as part of the minority report. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise against Senate Bill 1, and I encourage everyone in this chamber to take just a few minutes, and I promise a few minutes, to think about the long-term positive impact we could have on our children's health by voting no. This bill allows the prohibition against requiring proof of COVID vaccination to stand, not just this year, but permanently. And as we mark the second anniversary of the U.S. COVID-19 vaccination campaign, understanding the impact of vaccines on reducing disease burden is needed to inform our future evidence-based action on this bill today. It has been almost 2.5 years since the first COVID vaccine was given in the U.S., and since then, listen to this, y'all, we have administered more than 655 million doses. 80% of the population has received at least one dose, with the cumulative effect of preventing more than 18 million additional hospitalizations. 18 million hospitalizations were prevented, and more than 3 million additional deaths. In early 2021, when the COVID vaccines were widely distributed, there was a huge demand. We remember it, right? At the peak of the vaccination campaign, 4 million people got vaccinated in one day. That demand dropped off by the summer, and 2 years later, many states are still barely north of 50% of people fully vaccinated, including in Georgia. So how many lives would have been saved if that slump in vaccine demand had never happened? Have you ever wondered about this? To answer that question, Brown University and Microsoft researchers calculated the peak vaccination rate for each state, and then imagined that that rate continued until all adults in the state were fully vaccinated. The total for the country is stark. Yes, many of the nearly 1 million COVID deaths took place in 2020 before vaccines, but from December 2020 through November 2022, these researchers estimate that the COVID vaccination program could have prevented more than 18.5 million additional hospitalizations and 3.2 million additional deaths. Without vaccination, there would have been nearly 120 million more COVID-19 infections. The vaccination program also saved the U.S. $1.15 trillion in medical costs. And these numbers are even more striking in certain states where more than half of the deaths could have been avoided. Half of the deaths could have been avoided. In Georgia, at least 13,000 deaths could have been averted by vaccination, according to that research. So in addition to tying our hands to prevent ongoing illness, it is worth noting the trends of declining COVID vaccination rates, as others have shared, are increasingly spilling over into other routine immunizations. Did y'all know that Georgia is the 4th least vaccinated state in the nation? Number 1 for business, but number 48th for vaccination rates. And that's for all vaccinations, not just COVID. And studies have found that Georgia ranks in the bottom for vaccine rates for our children, for flu, 47th for adults for flu, and 42nd for the number of adults even vaccinated for tetanus. These trends began before the pandemic, and our historically low rates are worsening. According to the new data from CDC that shows the percentage of U.S. children entering kindergarten, their required immunizations fell to 93% in 2022, 2 percentage points below the recommended herd immunity levels of 95%, and lower even still than vaccination rates in 2021. And while 1 or 2 percentage points might not seem concerning, 1% represents tens of thousands of people, children, who may be inadequately protected from diseases we can easily prevent through immunization. These trends are alarming, both for our health and our finances. The CDC estimated that vaccinating children born from 1994 to 2018 would prevent 472 million illnesses. That's why we're talking about this. It would prevent nearly 30 million hospitalizations and more than 1 million deaths. The state-run vaccination requirements are also projected to save $479 billion in healthcare costs and other related costs. Our unvaccinated are at great risk because the disease vaccines prevent have few effective treatments. Even in this day of great medical advances, children who are unvaccinated are not protected against the suffering, the complications, and the long-term disability that can come from vaccine-preventable diseases. And one last thought. Everyone in this chamber who cheers "Go Dogs" after every single prayer, just know that we personally benefited from required proof of vaccinations for measles, mumps, rubella, chickenpox, tetanus, hepatitis B, TB. Why in the world are we going to be denying these same protections for students? All of this comes down to trust. Whether our political leadership creates the climate of trust in the public health agency's efforts, in the science, in the ability of our healthcare system to deliver. This is not about discrimination. It is, in fact, about the health of all Georgians. And for all of these reasons, I ask you to please seriously consider voting no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That completes the minority report. Now we'll have for up to 20 minutes for chair's time. Chair Lady Cooper is recognized for the chair's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to yield my time to Chairman Todd Jones.
Chairman Jones is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it, and I appreciate my colleagues providing that information, but I'd like to be able to provide the chamber with, I'll just say, maybe something else to think about. I think first and foremost, let's think about what the last year has brought about for us. I think we have had, I'll say, an upward right trajectory within our state, and that has been with this law in place. By taking out the sunset, we don't do anything to take the trajectory off fine. I think the second thing, we heard a lot about undermining public trust, undermining public health. I think that's just a fallacy. Let me think about this for just one moment. In the latter parts of 2020, President-elect Joe Biden said, "Who is going to take the shot? Are you going to be the first person to take it?" Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, when referring to the development of the vaccine, said it's untrustworthy. We did not hear either party talking about undermining the public health, but I could keep going. Dr. Fauci said all 3 vaccines are 100% effective against death and hospitalization. I think if given the opportunity, he would sit in this well and say, I was wrong. This bill is not about whether or not we can have an argument over is it or isn't it in terms of the pandemic and the treatment of such. What we're saying is we're not going to permit discrimination. We do not want discrimination when it comes to the state, its subdivisions, its agencies, its authorities to be able to provide services, necessary services to our citizens. Another speaker talked about the ability to wear masks. I say, please do so. It is absolutely your individual right to wear a mask and take the vaccine. If you'd like, get a booster every 4 weeks. I encourage that. In terms of the speaker that spoke to the idea that this was going to undermine the state's ability to attack other pandemics, and let's hope in all of our lifetimes there's not another pandemic. But if there is, this bill only speaks to the COVID vaccine. It does not speak to any other animal vaccine or any other animal flu. In terms of what we can do as a state, good or bad, we have data that tells us over the last 2.5 years, we have had educational loss that is generational for our children. We know what we have done. It needs to be fixed, and that gap needs to be closed, and we will do that. Let's talk a little bit about mistrust. It was commented by a speaker regarding the mistrust of certain news agencies. Let's talk about what happened to the public square, and the new public square being that one made up online of Twitter and Google and Facebook and Meta and Instagram. Let's talk about who was told you're deplatformed. Let's talk about who was told your content is wrong. This is supposed to be the public square that is supposed to be a free exchange of information and ideas and brainstorming, but yet what happened? You were basically shut down if you did not follow what, as we turned out to know, certain federal agencies did not want you to say on those particular platforms. Another comment was made about children. We all get very, I'll say, melancholy. We all get very serious when it comes to our children, and we should. Again, this isn't a bill about the efficacy or not efficacy of the vaccine or whether or not we should do this or that, but let's get the facts straight. Children underneath the age of 17, statistically, they literally were 25% to 50% less fatality rate for COVID than for the annual flu. We don't shut down schools, we don't shut down economies, we don't shut down states, and we definitely don't discriminate against our citizens because of the annual flu. Why would we suddenly want to do it now? The last 2 points I would like to make, hopefully, will give a little bit of, I guess, a clearer story of my feelings. There is no intent to undermine any other vaccines. To my colleague in the minority party, I absolutely agree with her, and I truly believe that MMR, polio, etc., those are absolutely critical, and I hope that we still see that. I don't have grandkids yet, but when they do, I expect to be able to push those through. But making the assumption that this bill not just undermines the vaccine, but what the minority party did not contemplate inside of any of their comments was natural immunity. We never heard the phrase of natural immunity and what that would do in terms of helping our citizens be able to fight this virus. And I think it is something that is definitely not considered. Further, we know from listening to scientists that the lethality of this virus, just like others, started high and came down low. We also know more about the comorbidities, and we can keep going in terms of the effect that they had. But ultimately, that's not what this bill is about. This bill is simple. This bill does not allow the state, its subdivisions, its agencies, its authorities to discriminate. We don't want people to be discriminated against to not get a fishing license, to not get a hunting license, and not get their driver's license. But I will give you one that I would say is more important than all of that. We don't want a subdivision of this state to even consider saying for you to vote, there's a requirement like this. And let's think about that for a moment. Mr. Speaker, that ends my comments, and I ask for the favorable consideration from the body for SB 1.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Anulowicz rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the reason we are all encouraged to get a new flu shot every year is because not only does our natural immunity wane over time, there are also new strains of the flu each year that we want to be prepared for with that continued routine vaccination? Again, to address the new strains of the flu that may emerge and the fact that natural immunity can and does wane.
I'm sure the lady believes what she so states. For what purpose does Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that this week alone that in COVIDGeorgia.com says that there's only 377 COVID hospitalizations in the whole state of 10.5 million? And also, is it not further true that says regardless of the reason for admission, meaning that they're not there for COVID alone? And also, the CDC says that there's 1,347 flu hospitalizations this week, 4 times of what COVID is. So I'm pretty sure the pandemic is over.
If the gentleman so states, for what purpose does Representative Byrd rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true the most local government is the individual? And further, is it not true this is about personal responsibility and medical freedom?
I'm sure the lady believes what she so states. For what purpose does Representative Roman rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that up to 52,000 people die from the flu per year? However, we had over 1 million people die from COVID so far in the United States?
I'm sure the lady has correct figures and believes in what she states.
One more, if I may.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that unlike the flu, we've only had a few years to study COVID, and we're trying to do our best to mitigate the negative impacts because we're now finding people like myself are developing long COVID symptoms as a result of infection?
If the lady so states, she knows how she feels. That's for sure. For what purpose does Representative Sharper rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that regardless if you vote yes or no on this bill, that the CDC and other agencies that track how many people have COVID, they are not aware that a lot of these people that are getting COVID, that are taking home tests, are not reported, but you have several people that are still getting COVID every single day that are doing home testing that we will never know about. Thank you.
If the gentleman so states, for what purpose does Representative Maynor rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I firmly disagree in the government forcing people to do things? And I would be voting yes for this bill, but I want to support my party, and I'm going to vote no for it.
I'm sure the lady knows of what she speaks. Taking one more, Representative Barnes. For what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, please.
You can make written comments if you'd like. For what purpose does state your inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is it not true that if we don't continue to take precautions that we may experience another pandemic? So we have to continue to take precautions. Is it not true? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If the lady so states. I'm going to take one more. I've heard from this lady, but we'll hear from again. For what purpose does Representative All rise?
Thank you. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the sponsor of this bill discussed educational loss as an incentive for this bill, however, did not discuss how school absenteeism might be affected by eroding or disallowing vaccine standards?
I'm sure the lady believes in what she speaks. Have all members voted? If so, Mr. Clerk, you can lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, The yeas were 99, the nays 69. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 6666?
Senate Bill 66 by Senator Hickman of the 4th, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1562, the official code of Georgia annotated, relating to the number of judges of superior courts, so as to provide for an additional judge of the superior courts of the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 157th House District, Chairman Werkeiser, is recognized to present the bill.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 66 adds a judicial judge to the Atlantic Circuit, and I will stand for any questions.
The gentleman has no questions.
I'd ask for your favorable consideration. You can stop the stopwatch.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and their clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 163, the nays 0. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 106.
Senate Bill 106 by Senator Walker the 20th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 7 of Chapter 4, Title 49 of the official code of Georgia annotated, relating to medical assistance generally, so as to provide for a 3-year pilot program to provide coverage for remote maternal health clinics services under the Medicaid program. This bill having referred to the Committee on Public Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair Lady Cooper is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring you the substitute to House Bill 106, Senate Bill 106. Since we have so many counties that do not have an OBGYN, and we have many areas in our state where there are a number of high-risk pregnancies, women's with high-risk pregnancy. We want the department to do a 3-year study and use an advancement in technology. There are now ways to have a woman strap on a type of device around their abdomen, and it can do a quick and very accurate assessment of how the baby is doing in utero. And this is what they would be doing this, and the information would be sent back to an OBGYN to evaluate how things are going, and if there are problems, get them, intervention as soon as possible. That is what the bill simply does. It's an advancement in telemedicine and an advancement with a new type of a device, and I would ask for your favorable consideration of this bill. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the will.
Lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 168, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Resolution 214-214?
Senate Resolution 214 by Senator Ginn of the 47th and others, creating the Joint Study Committee on Local Option Sales Tax and Service Delivery Strategy. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Majority Leader Estration is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to state law, it's the responsibility of the General Assembly to confirm the appointment of the State Elections Board Chairman, and the procedure for doing that is set out in the law, which is one of the bodies has to pass a resolution setting the date and time for that, and then it'd be considered in one body. This resolution would set it for Monday at 11 a.m. that this body would vote on that, and then the Senate would consider the confirmation after that. Be happy to answer any questions.
The gentleman has a question. Does he yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Minority Leader Beverly has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
What happens if the Senate doesn't confirm?
So that is a good question that I don't have an answer to. My assumption would be that there would be a vacancy, which would then, when we're out of session, leave the governor in a position to make an appointment to fill the vacancy, and we will be back to consider the question of confirming that appointment next session. That's my best guess.
I believe the gentleman answered correctly, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Well, nice to have your confirmation, Mr. Speaker, and if there are no further questions, I'd ask the body's favorable consideration. I'll yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there an objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall the resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the adoption of the resolution. The yeas were 170, the nays 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Mr. Clerk, if you read the caption to SB 73.
Senate Bill 73 by Senator Tillery, the 19th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 46 The official code of Georgia annotator relating the general provisions relative to telephone service so as to provide for class action suits and for damages against certain persons for violating provisions relating to telephone solicitations. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Telecommunications. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Tyler Paul Smith is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of this august body, I bring to you today Senate Bill 73. Senate Bill 73 is in response to an issue we've had here in Georgia law, and basically what we've had is there have been folks that have tried to get around our Georgia no-call provisions whenever somebody were to sign up to not be contacted again by telemarketers and such. They've done this by going over to foreign companies. And so basically the situation presents itself as, we're prohibited by Georgia law from calling these folks, but if you're in a foreign country, you can do this. So what this would do is allow citizens on that do not call list who receive more than one unauthorized telephone solicitation within any 12-month period. They can bring an action against the person or entity that made those solicitations and or the person or entity that the telephone solicitations were made on behalf of for injunctive relief and damages. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I'll yield for 2 questions.
Representative Park Cannon to your left has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, do you yield?
For a question.
Thank you. Does this implicate elections-related phone calls at all?
Not that I understand. My understanding is that it would not. Thank you for the question.
Chairman Carpenter to your right in the rear has a question.
Does my good friend yield?
If it's about rugs, not drugs, I'm good with it.
You're my man. Question, is it not true that there's one thing that I dislike more than telemarketers, and that is class action lawsuits?
I understand that. You know what? I think you can probably find some metal in this ground right here, my friend from Dalton. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'm going to yield the will and ask this body's favorable consideration.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee's substitute? Chair hears none. The committee's substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 162, the nays 7. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, we could do that. As soon as we finish that budget that's parked in the back of the room, so everyone needs a copy of the budget that was just passed, hot off the press, you'll need to go back and pick up your own budget over the next few minutes and look at it, because we're going to take up a motion on the budget. So if you want to step back and get a copy of the budget, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let it stand at ease just for a couple of minutes before we take up our next bill. Go get your budget. We'll stand at ease just for a minute. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Y'all can start the process, begin the process of digesting a document, an almost perfect document, I should say, that Chairman Hatchett sent over to the Senate. Would that be correct, Chairman Hatchett? It was almost a perfect document. And they did not perfect it. Would that be correct, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to SB 158?
Senate Bill 158 by Senator Robertson, the 29th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 32, Title 33 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to property insurance so as to provide for an insurance premium discount or rate reduction for property owners who build a new residential or commercial property or who retrofit an existing residential or commercial property. This bill will be referred to the Committee on Insurance. That committee recommends this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
The lady from down in Sweet Onion Country, House District 156, Representative Hagan, is recognized to present the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I made you a promise a few weeks ago when I brought House Bill 237 that if you would just pass it out of this chamber unanimously, that I would not talk about the soapbox derby anymore. And it seems that I did not keep my word because I've had to talk about it a lot the past week. So I bring to you today Senate Bill 158, which simply designates the Southeast Georgia Soapbox Derby as the state of Georgia's official derby, and I ask for your favorable consideration. And if I don't have any questions, Mr. Speaker, I would be happy to yield the will.
Wow. Did you yield or did you yield the will or did you yield for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
Okay. To your left, Representative Al Williams has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentle lady yield?
Of course.
Considering the journey you have taken, is it not true that you're not allowing any bookmakers for our challenge race at the end of the spring?
That would be accurate. But I'm glad you pointed out our challenge race that will be happening on April 28th.
Thank you very kindly.
To your left, Representative Saines, Chairman Saines has a question if you'll yield.
I yield.
Is it not true that I'm going to be voting yes on this because I would never dare to take a gamble on you?
I appreciate that vote. I yield the will, Mr. Speaker.
Wise choice. The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And Mr. Clerk, will you unlock the machine? Have all members voted? Take your time. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Representative Holly, you have a
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that if our members want to have fun away from session and actually do their own part to build up a soapbox to race in, they actually might be contributing some business to the Funeral Home Caucus?
Okay, we're moving right along. Representative Chairman Hatchett is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House disagree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 19.
A perfect bill. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 19 by Representative Burns, the 159th, Jones, the 47th, Administration, the 104th, and others, to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, and ending June 30th, 2024.
Chairman Hatchett is recognized to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know that I can explain in any brief amount of time all the differences. All this does is hopefully get us to the table working, and any of y'all that want to join over the weekend, come on, we'll have a party.
Is there any objection? Well, excuse me, on the gentleman's motion that the House disagree to the Senate substitute, is there any objection? Chair hears none, and the House has disagreed to the Senate substitute to HB 19, House Bill 19. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your work on HB 19 and know that you will continue your diligent search to find a good place, but that the House will hold firm. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continue that good work. The clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 60, 6-0.
Senate Bill 60 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 14 to Chapter 1 entitled 10 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to secondary metal recyclers, so as to provide that it shall be illegal for certain persons to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, or attempt to purchase, possess, or obtain detached catalytic converters. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Judiciary and Non-Civil. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Let's see, the gentleman from the 26th House District, Representative McDonald, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a bill that ran out of time last sine die in 2022, so we've decided to recycle it and bring it back for y'all to vote on it today. It's Senate Bill 60 as relates to the secondary metal recyclers. In Section 1 of SB 60 states, it shall be illegal for certain persons to purchase, possess, obtain, or sell, or attempt to purchase detached catalytic converters, use utility wire, or use communications copper. If one in possession of these items, it will be considered contraband, even if the vehicles that are being used to transport it, such items would too be considered to go to process of civil forfeiture. SB 60 is going to give local law enforcement the tool to go after those who are dealing with the theft of catalytic converters and other utility copper wire and cables that has been obtained through theft. HB 60 will regulate and limit the payments allowed by secondary metal recyclers and will require certain registrations for these recyclers. There will be an annual registration period starting January 1st of 2024 and will follow each year thereafter on the 1st of January. We also are implementing a pilot program for the next 2 years that will allow these certified recyclers to be able to pay $100 cash to people that are bringing in recycling, but not limited to catalytic converters, used utility wire, communication copper, copper wire, or batteries. This is a very personal issue that many of us, some former state representatives from Eastman, Georgia, in his first session down here in 2021, had his catalytic converter stolen off his truck twice while serving in the session down here. And back home, we have a nonprofit just right up the street from my personal business, has been hit multiple times, and they're a nonprofit for disabled children. And each time they have been hit in the middle of the day, and it only takes about 30 seconds for these bad actors to go get under a bus, cut the catalytic converter off, throw it in a car, and leave. On my way up, I have a friend right behind me. The clerk just said he's had his catalytic converter stolen. So this is a very personal issue to a lot of us. And what's that? And but I just ask for your favorable consideration, yield to any questions.
The gentleman has a question. Chairman Yerder, right out in front of you, has a question. Chairman Yerder is recognized.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that I have a constituent that's a small businessman that's had over a dozen catalytic converters stolen from his business, 6 of which were brand new service vehicles that weren't even used at that time? Thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I don't have any other questions, I yield the well.
I have a question.
Yes.
Will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
I just had a conversation with the clerk. He left the automobile in the parking deck at the Denver airport. When he came back out, he had a $1,700 bill because someone stole his catalytic converter. Thank you for the bill.
Thank you, sir.
Should have stayed home, shouldn't he?
Yes, sir. Don't leave Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well and ask for favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose is Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Well, I don't know how to because I need a question answered. If I don't have a Cadillac, do I not have to worry about this happening, sir?
No, those are two different things. Catalytic converter is not a Cadillac.
Oh, okay.
I know what you're thinking about.
I'm going to vote yes then. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. I'm glad to straighten that out for you. For what purpose does, oh my goodness, does Representative McCullum rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I should have asked this question before. I apologize. So if I have a little shop in my backyard and I have a catalytic converter back there, does that mean that I'm breaking the law on this bill?
State that question again.
If I have a little garage in my backyard fixing cars and I have catalytic converters there, does that mean I'm breaking the law?
I'd be careful, but I'm sure the gentleman so states. Probably depends on the law enforcement in your area is probably what it does amount to. For what purpose does Representative Hutchinson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, Mr. Speaker, that I was trying to ask the presenter, is this not illegal now? Is it not illegal to steal a catalytic converter today?
I'm not sure of the technical answer to that question, but evidently it's not, or they wouldn't have brought this bill. But it's a good question the lady has. She may want to come speak to the author. Have all members voted? If so, The clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 162, the nays 4. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. That's it. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 164?
Senate Bill 164 by Senator Huffstetler, the 52nd, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 26 of Title 43, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to nurses so as to provide for licensure of advanced practice registered nurses. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Health. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Newton is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. Senate Bill 164 is very similar to a bill we passed earlier in the session, House Bill 215. That dealt with a license for advanced practice registered nurses. Once again, all nurses, all RNs do have a license now, and then they get authorization to practice within an advanced area, whether it's certified nurse midwife, nurse practitioner, CRNA, or a clinical nurse specialist. Senate Bill 164 will allow the nursing board to also give them a particular license for recognizing this additional training that they've gotten rather than just an authorization. It's something that's very desired by those that put in that hard work that's required to get that advanced practice registered nursing degree. There's no change in scope of practice. This also has a second section on it that recognizes anesthesiology assistants. Those are physician assistants, PAs, but they're specifically and exclusively in an area of anesthesiology or anesthesiologist assistant. And so there's a section in the bill that clarifies that their licensure comes just like really identical to all the other physician assistants, but those are more like generalist, and anesthesiologist assistant is like a particular specialty of a physician assistant. I think the two things are great recognition of what we've talked about earlier about the teamwork required in this. I think they're deserving of having their own license or their own section in the code, like anesthesiologist assistant. I hope that's something that we can move forward on and once again pass unanimously. I'm glad to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker.
You have no questions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your support on SB 164.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 74?
Senate Bill 74 by Senator Tillery, the 19th, be entitled an act to amend Titles 10, 15, and 51 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to commerce and trade, courts, torts, respectively, so as to require the disclosure of the nature and practices of businesses that provide legal services. This bill I refer to the Committee on Judiciary. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Whip Burchett is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope everybody in this House stays in the same posture as they were in that last vote. Senate Bill 74. If you ever driving down the highway or listening on TV and you see an attorney or lawyer commercial and they're telling you that they're going to deliver 100% of the time, and they're going to deliver X amount of dollars. And you don't like hearing that or seeing that, this bill you're going to like. What this bill does, it allows for attorneys or lawyers to advertise, but it doesn't allow for them to essentially misrepresent what they can and can't do. It's okay to say that we've had good outcomes, but it's not okay to say we're 100% winners here, or basically overrepresent what they can do. That's the first part of the bill. It basically regulates the attorneys and lawyers from going beyond just puffing and telling you that they're a good law firm, but going to a point where they're saying, I'm 100% going to be able to deliver for you, and I'm going to get you X amount of dollars. That's one portion of the bill. In judiciary, we made an amendment, and the amendment we made was the Apex Doctrine that this House has already passed. And what the Apex Doctrine is, just as a review, is a doctrine that allows for protections against unreasonable deposition. So if you do not have unique knowledge of something and you're a high-ranking official, let's just say of a large corporation, and there's no need for you to be deposed or asked to be answer questions because of the knowledge you can get from a lower ranking official or employee, then there will be a protection for that, a protective order against having to be deposed. And so this is a tort reform measure that we passed earlier on in this session. We've added it on to make sure that it doesn't doesn't get vetoed on the other side, to a good piece of legislation that also regulates attorneys when it comes to advertising. Mr. Speaker, that's the basis of the bill, and I'll yield for questions.
To your left, if you yield, Representative Anulowicz has a question. Ladies recognized.
Thank you. Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Is it not true that if you are recognized as a super lawyer, you do not actually have superpowers?
That is true. I believe the lady knows of which she speaks.
Thank you.
Also, this if you can't, as an attorney or law firm, you cannot get a stunt double. In other words, a very good-looking man or a good-looking woman to go in your commercials and say, "I'm the lawyer you need," just to get customers. You have to be a lawyer to do that.
Gentlemen, yield.
The gentleman yields.
Got a couple more, if you don't mind. Representative Okoye, and the back to your left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Is it not true that since this chamber is crawling with lawyers, that this bill is in danger of not passing because they don't vote against it?
I hope that's not the case.
Leader F. Stration is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields.
Sir, isn't it true that you've spent a considerable amount of time this year working on this Apex legislation that's part of this bill here today?
I have.
And isn't it true that the House previously passed an Apex bill out that went over to the Senate?
That is true.
And that Apex bill did not even receive a vote on the floor of the Senate over there, correct?
Has not.
So this very important issue that you're describing, it has only come out of the House, if passed here, twice this year. The Senate hasn't passed this legislation.
That is a fact.
Thank you.
Gentleman knows what he speaks. And I will say this about the Apex Doctrine. This is the number one priority of the business community in the state of Georgia is the Apex Doctrine. And Mr. Speaker,
you have one more question, if you would take it. Accept one more. One of the sharpest legal minds down in southeast Georgia, Representative Williams from the coast, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know of which you speak. Is it not true that I'm concerned that you're going to cut off some of the better ones? One call, that's all. The rapper that raps quite well. I don't know whether he's gotten up here, but he dominates Savannah. And is it not further true? And I'm really concerned because it was such a relief not to see your fellow barristers doing the political campaigns because there wasn't no room left to buy. I know that you all will be back. Is it not true that I don't know whether you are a defense lawyer or what kind of lawyer are you? I know you make a lot of money down there, Waycross, but how do you do it?
What kind of lawyer do you need?
Mr. Speaker, he's one call, that's all.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Montahan rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if an attorney has a, facial hair that was popular back in the 1970s, will that attorney be able to get a stunt double just for that one specific purpose under this bill?
Money will buy anything, the way I see it, but if the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 158, the nays 5. The bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 220?
Senate Bill 220 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 10 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to historic preservation so as to establish the Georgia Farmland Conservation Fund, Georgia Farmland Conservation Fund Program, and Georgia Farmland Advisory Council. This bill then referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The agricultural chairman of this House, Chairman Robert Dickey, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I present SB 222, Georgia Farmland Conservation Act and Trust Fund that comes over from my colleague in the 220, excuse me. Thank you, Minority Leader. What this bill is about is establishing a purchase agricultural conservation easement program. 29 other states in our country presently have this, so it's nothing new. It's a state-led initiative to partner with farmers who wish to protect our precious farmland from development. So by working with farmers voluntarily, we'll restrict our development rights and set up this program. This program does not have any funding with it. This is just a mechanism to establish it. This year, it coordinates with federal dollars and local matching funds to extend these conservation easements. USDA presently allocates $450 million nationally for this farmland protection, and Georgia presently is not, of course, receiving its share of that. So it will match one for one, dollar for dollar, if we raise private donations or state funds in the future. But it, protects Georgia's #1 economic sector, agriculture, spans water quality, wildlife habitat, and green space around our developing metro areas. And You know, you see this beautiful farmland out there, and it's just got prohibited for a lot of small farmers to not be tempted to sell their land for apartment complexes, commercial, and this just really keeps a great balance. It's a great voluntary program, and I just think it's something that Georgia needs this year, and it just really gives priority to those type lands that are threatened for development. So I ask your favorable consideration on SB 220. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
You have no questions. You did a great
Thank you. I
job.
yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee's substitute? The chair hears none. The committee's substitute is adopted. Is there an objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 165, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to SB 199-199?
Senate Bill 199 by Senator Estevez, the sixth, and others to be titled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 18 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to State Employees Plan Council, so as to require such council to establish health savings accounts and to continually provide for education or salary reductions for such accounts. This bill having referred to the Committee on Health, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Chuck Martin is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first address the rule substitute. This is the same bill that you've had out of committee. There was a Scribner's error on line 26. The date was improperly reflected in the previous version as 2024. It should have been 2025. That's how it came out of the Senate. That's how it came out of committee. Somehow it got changed. So just to address the reason for the rule substitute, it was to fix the Scribner's error. Now to the meat of the bill. There's not a year I've been down here where we haven't had somebody in the employee of Georgia or TRS or ERS come to us and want to enhance the retirement system. Generally, that always costs money. It always costs some money. We have a bill this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, that we can pass, and we can pass it, and it does not cost money, and it is good for our employees. This will allow us to implement a health spending account. This is different from a health saving account, a use it or lose it type benefit that happens. This is dollars that would be pre-tax, that you can save. You do not pay federal, state income tax. You don't pay FICA on it. And then you could spend it on your health needs if you're part of a high deductible insurance plan. About 5 to 7% of our employees in the state are part of that plan now. We suspect that would go up when this tax benefit is in order. So what we have here is a situation where people can put money aside and pay for their health care costs with pre-tax dollars. That's a big deal. I want to thank Senator Estevez for bringing that to us out of the Senate and allowing me to bring this to you today. So very simply put, this is all enabling, and it asks our department at the state to put the plan together so that folks can have pre-tax dollars to pay for health. The last thing I would add is when you get to be 65, without penalty, you can use these funds for other reasons. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a good enhancement that we want to bring to our employees. The university system offers it to their employees in their system now, and this will save untold dollars for our employees across the state that are able to take advantage of it. With that, I'll answer any technical questions that I'm able to.
Gentlemen, yield to your neighbor. Chairman Williamson to your right. Chairman
Thank you, Mr.
Williamson.
Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Absolutely, for a question. Yes, sir.
Is it not further true that not only does it save the employee tax dollars, it also is portable should they leave employment, they can take that plan with them? Is that not true?
Absolutely, and I thank the gentleman for the question. Yes, this goes into their health savings account. So this is their money to control, and if they leave the employee at the state, they can take that with them. Further, in reality, it saves the state money as well, because any dollars that go into this plan, the state would not be responsible for their portion of FICA on that dollars, because it's pre-tax money. This just allows our employees to pay for medical expenses with pre-tax dollars. Quite frankly, it allows the federal government to help us help our employees pay for their health care costs. No further questions, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 164, the nays were 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 215-215?
Senate Bill 215 by Senator Brass, the 28th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 18, and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to inspection of public records so as to protect from public disclosure certain personal information of public employees. This bill ever referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 120th, Representative Gaines, is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to present Senate Bill 215 this afternoon. This is a pro-law enforcement bill that will allow those who put themselves at risk every single day by protecting our communities, allowing those law enforcement officers, if they request their local government to have their personal address removed from county websites, they would be able to do so. Their home address, they could have it removed from Q Public or other county websites. And Mr. Speaker, that's simply what the bill does to help our law enforcement officers who protect us every single day.
Gentleman, yield for a question.
I will.
Whip Park has a question.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Whip, you're
Speaker.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
So while I almost always appreciate House versions of bills as opposed to the Senate, in this instance, I know the bill seems to have greatly narrowed the scope of the bill just to law enforcement officers as opposed to public employees. Why was the bill narrowed? Just because I think all public employees should otherwise deserve the protections this bill provides.
Sure. So the bill was narrowed. The bill sponsor in the Senate The great Senate Rules Chairman, Matt Brass, had hit the original intent of the bill, and the reason he brought this was a constituent issue related to law enforcement officers. So we worked together to craft a more narrow, tailored bill that addressed his concerns.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, yield for one more question.
I will.
Representative Hutchinson to your right, in the back, towards your back.
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
To piggyback on my colleague's question, I had a client that found my home address and sent me dead animals to my house. Is there any way we can expand this to cover therapists?
Well, again, this bill, if a legislator wants to bring another measure, certainly that would be up to them. I do believe that certain government employees, judges, and actually I believe state legislators can request their address to be removed from Q Public, but this would make sure that law enforcement can do so, and that's what Senate Bill 215 is here for today. Mr. Speaker, are there any further questions?
Gentlemen's yield to the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 166, the nays 0. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The distinguished chairman of the Rules Committee is recognized. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman, for an announcement.
Rules Committee will meet in about 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Rules Committee. Thank you.
This House will stand in recess until 4:20. House will come to order. Members will please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, how about ring the bell a little bit? Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 2626? Members will please take your seats.
Senate Bill 26 by Senator Donald Zell of the 27th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to state government so as to permit meetings and public hearings of development authorities and community improvement districts to be held by a teleconference. This bill having referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to present the bill.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I know that the hour is getting late, so I will try to move through this very quickly. This is the House substitute of Senate Bill 26 LC 472473S from Senator Dolezal. I will just do a quick read through of the bill. Section 1 establishes the Georgia Electric Vehicle Manufacturing Commission. The reason that this commission is being formed is to continue the work in progress made by the Electric Mobility Innovation Alliance that is basically sunsetting, and this will allow the commission to be able to provide a significant amount of what I'll call leadership within the EV industry, which is something that we have heard on and on again in terms of our want and our need to be able to provide significant leadership, not just in our state, but across the country in electric vehicles. And I will just say on this, as an aside, hopefully in autonomous vehicles and then also in air taxis. In Section 2, which was the original part of the bill, this is effectively permitting certain agencies and authorities to meet on a virtual basis versus meeting in person. Essentially, I could boil this bill down to Section 2, which would be if the quorum is in a virtual state, then the meeting may occur virtually, assuming proper public notice and the public is giving all due ability to be able to participate. If the quorum is physical, the meeting will have to be physical, and then ultimately the public will be able to participate in a public forum. Mr. Speaker, that is the extent of SB 26. I ask for my colleagues' favorable consideration.
The gentleman has no questions.
Thank you, sir. I yield the well.
He's yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 155, the nays 1. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chairman Hatchett is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House insist and appoint a committee of conference on House Bill 19.
Chairman Hatchett moves that this House insist on its position in disagreeing to the Senate substitute to House Bill 19 and that a committee of conference be appointed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
House Bill 19 by Representative Burns, 159 Jones, the 47th, illustration of the 104th, and others, to be entitled an act to make and provide appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House has insisted. The chair appoints Representative Hatchett, Representative Jan Jones, and Representative Chuck Estration as a committee of conference on HB 19. Members, we're going to take up another bill, but I want to make an announcement, make y'all all aware of something first. If y'all all stand just for a moment, we're going to have a moment of prayer and silence. Bob Smith, Christine Murdoch's father, passed this afternoon, and so she was there with him. It was a blessing. So we all know Christine, and she does a great job in what she does for this house and for the people of Georgia. So if you will, bow with me for a moment of silence. Amen. Thank y'all. Let's keep Christine and that family in our thoughts and prayers over these next few days, as we are doing with Tish and Tish's family. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 233?
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Donzello, the 27th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to provide for the establishment of promised scholarship accounts to be funded by the state in the amount of $6,000 per school year for each participating student. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Education. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chairman Todd Jones is recognized to present the bill. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I'm here to present SB 233. LC 491458S, which is a committee rules substitute. This is a pretty big day, and excited about being in front of you for the Georgia Promise Scholarship Act. This is effectively an opportunity for the state to take the next step in terms of doing something that my public school mentor for the last 22 years always told me, and that's this: put the child at the center of every decision you make in K-12. And I've been fortunate enough for 22 years to be able to do that. And today I think we have an opportunity with SB 233 to do exactly that. The voucher effectively has 5 key components. But before I get into the components, I want to mention to you a couple of things. It has been narrowly defined in terms of our ability to provide this type of opportunity and choice to the students within the state of Georgia. More specifically, this is being provided to the families who attend the bottom 25% of public schools in the state of Georgia. So this is a chance to say to those children, to those families, we are here to give you an opportunity, a choice, to be able to go to an alternative, to be able to do something at home or through hybrid that will allow you to be able to extend the educational opportunity. We've been fortunate within the Education Committee, and I'd like to thank the chairman, to be able to have former superintendents, public school teachers, members of the Board of Education, to be able to come together and formulate this bill. This bill truly hits the mark in so many places, and let me give you the 5 that I would like to focus on today. First, in terms of the participating student, a question had been asked, a participating student and their eligibility, what does that mean? A student must attend 2 consecutive counts at their assigned public school. For those of you who do not know, we take a count, generally speaking, in October and March of each year. So what we're saying is that they must be there continuously, I want to stress, continuously for 2 counts. Typically, it'll be October, March, but it could be sometimes March, October, but what we're saying there is for a full year. For the parent must reside in the state of Georgia for an entire year. Reside in the state of Georgia for an entire year, and must also commit to not enroll their child full-time in the public school system, must commit not to stack. What do I mean by not stacking? They may not take an SSO. Many of you consider that to be a goal scholarship. They can't take a special needs scholarship. These are the things that we wanted to ensure that we, again, narrowly focused on what this bill is going to do in terms of providing for choice and opportunity. In terms of funding, this is an important thing in terms of we did not touch education funding, but rather we said this is based on appropriation. This would be a line item from an appropriation made by this body, and then also our colleagues on the other side of the 3rd floor, and then ultimately the governor of our state. And it would provide for $6,500 on an annual basis. Accountability. There have been so many comments made, and frankly, good comments and constructive comments made in terms of how do we ensure that the taxpayers' money is being appropriately used? How do we make sure that the students that are in this program are basically getting the education they need? And how can we be confident? Well, I think we've been able to hit that, and we've hit it strongly. There will be reporting on an annual basis back to the commission. That reporting will be both of a financial nature and then also of an achievement nature. The students that participate in this voucher program, and this includes homeschool students, hybrid students, and private school students, will be tested more than our public school students. I want to say that one more time. They will be required on an annual basis to take a norm reference test every year. We do not do that to our public school students, but you will see in the accountability section, there's a choice between going the norm reference test or what the public school gives in that particular grade year. Of course, the most, I'll say, famous one is the 3rd grade year. From a transparency standpoint, the commission is required to put the reports up. It's going to include both aggregate data and personally delimited data. So we're going to know from each school, the individual, when did they attend, what their attendance was, what their achievement was, how much of the account did they use. From a homeschool point of view, very similar, and that leads to the account. A question was asked, how is the account done? Please think of your HSA or something similar. This is third-party administered. That money is not fungible. It does not go to the parent, but rather it sits as an approved account that may only be used for approved expenses that are made by the commission. The commission will delineate what are approved expenses. May they be an accredited private school? May they be a textbook? May they be any type of supplement, speech therapy, OC therapy, and up to $500 of transportation. We are confident that with the help of so many stakeholders, we have put together the narrowest, but we think going to be a very effective choice program. And we hope that once this is implemented, people will see that we are able to cross spectrum and make sure that this type of accountability and transparency truly lifted this program to be the best in the nation. Mr. Speaker, that is the review of SB 233. I ask for your favorable consideration, and Mr. Speaker, I would stand for questions.
Gentleman is yielding for questions. Let's see. Chair recognizes Whip Park right out to your left in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, Mr. Whip.
Is it not true that in the past 20 years, public education in the state of Georgia has been underfunded by at least $20 billion, and per pupil spending is now ranking 38th in the country?
Whip Park, I want to look at it just slightly different than that. In my mind, we have fully funded QBE the last 4 years. We are now aggressively doing, I would say, not just the right thing in literacy, but also in compensation. Our teachers now, if you factor in the cost of living, are in the top 5 of our union. And then in addition to that, our school systems, all 180 cumulatively, sit on over $6 billion in reserve, which means they have more money in reserve than the state of Georgia, the 8th largest economy in our country and the 24th largest economy in the world.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes.
So in understanding and admitting the fact that systemically we have underfunded our schools for decades, which has had a generational impact, is it not true that this bill would further harm and take money away from rural schools in particular, especially because in parts of rural and South Georgia, there are no private schools that accept vouchers? Is that not true?
I would disagree with that, and for 2 reasons, Mr. Whip. First, I was privileged to be the K-12 Appropriations Chair, and I saw consistently per capita spending that was, say, double of my home school district, sometimes 2.5 of my home school district, yet my home school district had, I'll say, far superior outcomes than the ones that were spending 2x, 2.5x.
Does the gentleman yield for a final question?
Yes.
Is it not true that some of the largest public education organizations in Georgia, from Georgia Association of Educators to the Professional Association of Georgia Educators, strongly opposes this bill because of the harm that it would cause to public education in the state?
I can't speak for those associations, but I know this based on the incremental funding, that when you look at the voucher and you look at the funding that would remain with the school system, meaning the local would stay 100% with them, the federal would stay 100% with them, the non-QBE would stay 100% with them, then we can say with confidence, and we also have this affirmed by Mr. or Dr. Dorfman, the state's economist, that a vast majority of school districts on a per capita basis will actually have an increase in funding, not a decrease in funding. And furthermore, I think for the rural school districts or any of the districts that have schools in the bottom 25%, we then would have, in my opinion, if people chose to do this, a better student-teacher ratio, which I would hope would produce better student outcomes, because ultimately we put the student at the center of everything that we do.
Would you yield for one final
Of course, Mr. Whip.
Again, in saying we want to put students first, perhaps it'd be best to listen to teachers who teach our students and try and put them first every day in the classroom. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Whip.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Chair Lady Silcox down the center aisle has a question.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, Representative.
Isn't it true, Mr. Chairman, that this could also serve as an economic development tool for people to move in areas of the state where there's new economic development projects, but not always great schools to support those projects, by allowing people to use their funds in alternative ways to educate their children?
I do believe the downstream implication will be absolutely a lift of, I'll say, all boats rising with the rising tide. And from an economic development standpoint, I think the data would show, from a realty standpoint and from where business want to park themselves, because getting employees in is very important, is absolutely, you could see this that way. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Fry to your left is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, Representative.
Isn't it true when touting your home district's success that you leave out the fact that you probably live in a pretty wealthy part of the state with a pretty homogeneous population that doesn't have the difficulties that some of the other school districts may face?
Representative, there is no doubt that Forsyth County is blessed. However, in terms of homogeny, my district, based on the last census report, had 81 nationalities, and I welcome you to come to my district, and I think you will see that I have several schools that are majority minority, and we're very proud of that. And so I appreciate the question. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about the diversity in Forsyth County and also the excellence that we have in outcomes in Forsyth County.
You further yield?
Yes.
Can you explain what your version of a definition of a failing school might be?
Yeah, if you can go to the website that the DOE publishes on an annual basis, and CPRI will be able to provide that to you. It's a weighted algorithm, sir, based on achievement schedules, outcomes, etc. Sure.
Does the gentleman further yield?
Yes, Representative.
Are there any issues at these so-called failing schools that can be solved by taking students and money away from those schools?
Well, first and foremost, Mr. Representative, I think the premise that we're taking money away is not a proper premise and a proper foundation. I think let's think about this, and I want to make sure I read this so I don't just do it off, memory. There are 22 elementary schools in Georgia last year in which at least 3/4 of the third grade students couldn't read on grade level, and another 68 schools where 2/3 of the third graders had fallen behind. There were 10 middle schools where 0% of the 8th graders, not one child, scored proficient in math, and another 28, no more than 5% of the 8th graders. So I would say continuing to do the exact same thing and expecting different outcomes could possibly lead you to a path that doesn't make sense. But what would possibly make sense is giving the family an opportunity to have the choice to be able to say, is there an alternative that would work better? Otherwise, I think there's an opportunity. Yeah, we will continue. We don't see this as an or. We see it as an and. Help the public school system and provide choice. This isn't an either or. You've seen us going ahead together. We have funded $7,000 of teacher salary increases over the last 4 years. We have done, I think this year's budget is $13.1 billion into the public school system. We'll continue to make those investments, absolutely, but at the same time, we need to be able to lift up everyone and give everyone a choice, because I think it's unrealistic to believe that any entity can address 100% of its target market.
Thank you. One more question?
Yes, sir.
So what do you think is the cause of those low reading scores in those schools?
So I think if you're going to talk about a systemic, that's going to be a conversation that you and I should probably take to the ante room, or maybe go grab a drink. And I don't mean to say that facetiously, I mean that seriously. I think we have a series of different challenges between birth to 4 in terms of what we're doing in the birth to 4 area, what we're doing in pre-K, what we're doing in terms of being able to lift up those families that need that assistance between birth and 4 and pre-K. But there's a series of different things going on. But I know this, once they get to K-12, we got to be able to provide a system that allows the family to have an opportunity, and I hope it's the public school system. All 4 of my children went through public school. I'm an empty nester now. But I do know this, being able to provide choice to them will give them an option, and hopefully be able to lift everyone, including the public school system, because my belief is we will get a better student to teacher ratio if the vouchers are in fact accepted.
I appreciate your responses.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Representative. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield the well because I know there's several people who want to speak to this bill, and I know that we are short on time. Thank you very much, sir.
The gentleman has yielded the well, and he is correct. Here is our posture. Those opposed have 30 minutes, and those in favor have 30 minutes. We have a minority report that will be allocated 20 minutes. The chair's time for 20 minutes. At this time, the chair will recognize Representative Doreen Carter to begin 30 minutes. Representative Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I love coming to the well. I love coming down here to tell you guys about good stuff. I love coming to the well, talking and encouraging you to take care of yourselves. But today, I'm really not happy about coming to the well. You know, when I was elected, one of the things that I was so excited about as a parent that had kids in school at the time was we were actually going to come down to the Georgia State Capitol and we were going to figure out how to transform education in the state of Georgia, because we know how important education is. And because the majority, the masses of our students go to public schools, and I really thought that education for the people matter. But as I've been on this education committee, it is abundantly clear that public education doesn't matter in the state of Georgia. At the beginning of this session, I was hopeful because our chairman talked about how his priorities were literacy and safety. And he said, go and find some legislation, be creative, be innovative on how we can address literacy. So we went to work. There were some other people working, and ultimately, we came out with a couple pieces of legislation, and y'all, I was happy because finally, we were gonna tackle that thing that we knew was gonna make a difference in the lives of our children, because we kept hearing about how third grade test scores was the indicator on how many jail cells we were gonna have to increase. So I said, oh, look at Georgia. We're about to tackle literacy and we could stop increasing the funding to increase the jail capacity, because we were going to slow that pipeline down. And you know what? We passed a piece of legislation out of this house. It was HB 538. And it is a really good piece of legislation, y'all. But we didn't fund it. We said, let the locals find the money for those curriculums. You know what else? One of the key indicators that made the difference in those states who have increased their literacy scores were literacy coaches. And you know, that was the thing that was left out, the literacy coaches. Why? Because it was gonna cost too much. So here we go. We didn't fund that, but we figured out a way to find some money in the budget, because it's gonna be appropriated. We don't need a physical note to find $6,500 per student on endless amount of students in the state of Georgia from the time they get in this program to they leave high school. We're talking millions, ultimately billions of dollars that will come out of the appropriated budget. Now, mind you, they say it's not going to come out of the education budget because they are not transferring dollars from education budget to the voucher fund, right? Well, let's think about it. Let's do some simple math. We're going to talk about the budget. Let's talk about your personal budget, right? So you got a couple things. You've got income and you've got expenses. So unless you have unlimited income, you got just so much you can do, right? And then you're going to divvy it up. Well, we know what about 54% of our budget goes to education, so you got something left. So what's left? So whatever is left, we're going to appropriate that money so that we can pay for vouchers. Now, if it ends up one of those years where we're in a recession and we have limited money, you know what's going to happen? We're still going to have to fund those vouchers. Yeah. But what we're going to do is we're going to cut the education budget, because that's what Georgia has done historically. When we get our budget and we take out, here's all our expenses, but here's the income. So hold up, we got to balance this budget. So how do we balance the budget? We cut the education budget. But you're right, over the last couple of years, we had a little surplus, and it feels good, even in our personal budgets, when we have a little surplus, right? So what we do, we spend a little extra. But some of us who are conservative in our finances, we don't spend everything. We still set a little bit of the side. So we don't start making extra expenses or going buy big things, because you know what, last year might have been a good year, but do we know 2 years down the road it's going to be a good year? So we try to save some. Not here in the state of Georgia. Let's figure out how to get the money away so we can come back and cut the education budget. So for whoever believes that You are not going to be taking money out of your public school because that money is going to come out that education budget one way or the other. But another thing I want you to think about, so we've talked about the money, but who can attend? There's one group of kids who are not going to be eligible to take advantage of this voucher that you guys may or may not pass. But you know what? On line 112, this concerns me. And some of you who have children, and those of you who are listening to me who have children that you're trying to do the best thing for, if your student is enrolled in a school that's operated by the Department of Juvenile Justice, they're not going to be eligible. Part of the thing I think some people don't understand that those kids that are at Youth Challenge that are operated by the Department of Juvenile Justice, they're not criminals, they're youth with challenges, so parents send them there so that they can keep them out of trouble. But if those parents had another option to do some other type of school, they would send them there. But those kids won't get to go. Now, let's talk about this. The lowest 25% of schools in the state of Georgia, they are outside for the most part Metro Atlanta. So you know what? When we took that map and we looked at the last time that 25% was those schools were identified, and then we took another map and we looked at where those private opportunities were, they weren't in those areas where those kids that are going to need those services. So what are we going to do? So I think I just heard a question back there. So we're going to have some affluent people move into some non-affluent areas to ensure that they're in a school with a low 25%, and they're going to be the ones that's going to take advantage of that money. Now, the accountant in me kicked in too. So let's talk about this. We want to make sure that these schools are financially solvent. Tell me, how will you know if a school or a system or a service that provider is financially solvent if they've only been in business 1 year? You absolutely know that most businesses fail within the first 3 years. So why not extend it to 3 years? Because I'm going to tell you another reason. A business that's only been in operation a year, first of all, won't even have financial statements after that first year. When I run my accounting departments, I end the year, that's on the calendar year, December, it's the 20th of January before I can get December closed. Then I've got to come back and reconcile and make sure that I close for the year. So it's February, March. So, and then we got to get to the auditors. Y'all, there is absolutely no reason why we would send our children to a system that has not been proven while they're in a system that we're continuously trying to destroy. Guys, come on, join me and vote no. Let's get rid of these vouchers. Let's come together. Let's fix our public schools, because I believe in the bottom of your heart, public education really does matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Howard is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Howard. Well, I'll have to, Representative Howard, my mistake. I do have an order. Representative Roman is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Forgive me if I stumble a little bit. I have been fasting for like 10 hours, but thank you. So as a freshman, we are inundated with information. A lot of times we are told how to vote. We're not really 100% sure how to vote sometimes, and I completely and totally understand that. But the reality of the situation is that our district sent us here, and each and every single one of our districts has unique needs. And so I'm sharing this map with you because this map shows what counties are going to benefit the most and what counties are going to be drained of funding. Look at that map. How many of y'all have districts in blue, and how many of y'all have districts in red? The folks in red are seeing a decrease in money within those school systems. So I ask you, for those who are asking you to vote yes on this bill, do they live in the blue counties or the red counties? And so I'm not going to take too much time here, but I do want to point out that you've heard this argument multiple times, but I wanted to show it to you. That money is going from our districts to other districts, and we need to be able to vote for the districts that sent us here, because at the end of the day, those are the people that we have to answer to. And last but not least, I want to ask you, do you really want to vote against one of the largest employers in your district? I know I personally don't want to, and I hope you'll join me as well. Thank you. I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Adeniyi is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise against SB 233. As a naturalized U.S. citizen recently elected to this body, I feel it's important to speak on this matter, which is about to make a historical impact on our future, because what we decide today will become a historical document on how we educated our kids. I stand here because I'm a product of public education growing up in the UK and Nigeria. And here in the US, my wife are proud parents of 3 kids that are benefiting from Gwinnett County Public Schools. Last week, I attended the Gwinnett County School Board meeting, and I saw the great job that Dr. Calvin Watts is doing in growing our specialty schools. We had updates from a few schools: Gwinnett Schools of Mathematics, Science, and Technology, Maxwell High School, International Transition Center. The presentations was one of promise, where a student from each one of those schools spoke of their journey and aspirations because our public education is working. I also was proud to see recognitions of teachers and educators in McConnell Middle School, Brookwood High School, and Five Forks Middle School. I myself, as an educator, taught as an adjunct instructor in community college, university, and know the value of a good public education, giving you a strong foundation. I start by saying this is not a good bill. This is not a good bill. This is not a good bill. And I say that after sitting in education committee meetings, I did not see any provisions for the following items. 1, a fiscal note. You cannot pass a bill that requires funding without forecasting your estimated annual budget. I know this because I've been a strategic planner for over 5 years. The voucher will allocate $6,500 per student. Since the author of the bill referenced Arizona and Indiana that passed similar bills, I looked up the numbers. And for those states, Arizona spent $7,000 on 30,000 students, which amounted to $200 million. Indiana spent $5,500 on 40,000 students, which amounted to $240 million. Well, let's do the math. At $6,500, let's do some mathematics. We take the average of both states, it comes to about 35,000 people, students. Receiving $6,500 multiplied will give you approximately $230 million. According to the Georgia Budget and Policy Institute analysis, this voucher diverts public funds from schools serving majority black students and majority living in poverty. This is a reminder of Brown versus Board of Education, which was pivotal in desegregating public schools. It made education accessible to all, and this bill does not. This voucher bill reduces the amount of funding that our public schools could use to support good bills like HB 538, the literacy bill, which would cost $80 to $90 million, 2.5 times less than this expensive voucher bill. Arizona projected that their bill will cost them $1.5 billion over the next decade, siphoning money away from the public school system. The new governor is looking to reverse their voucher law. 2, failing schools. We talk about our public schools failing, but there's an assumption that all private schools are passing schools. We should do our due diligence and use the same terms of measurement in testing, admission, curriculum, and retention of students before trying to allocate resources to any private schools. The terminology in the bill that families in the bottom 25%, according to the College Career Readiness Performance Index, the state's economic measure will qualify. 72% of these students are black, and over half are directly certified for free lunch. Let's talk about the laws of probability, a subject that those that like math follow along. If we take 10 private schools that are passing, and roughly 50 of those are failing, and we take 5 students, multiply them by 10 in the schools that are passing, 5 good students from public schools, we get 50 students that are likely to succeed. And then if we say 2 students from the failing schools, we get 2 times 50, which is 100, which is 50 more that are likely to succeed. But if we take resources and reallocate them and make those failing schools, so-called failing schools, passing schools, and we take the same number of 5 times 50, and for the school, we amount to 250 students, which is 200 more than those in the private schools. I say we need to figure out a strategy and sit down and figure out how to increase funding for our schools, our public schools. Lastly, I want to end by saying, my naturalized country, my country of origin, Nigeria, we have a saying, Nigerians never carry last. In Georgia, we need to have a saying, Georgia must always carry first. We can only carry first by saying no to SB 233, by saying no by funding our programs in our public schools, by saying no by supporting our kids, including transgender kids, by saying no by supporting bills for our kids for school lunches, and by providing resources that private schools receive to public schools. Say no on SB 233, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Olalaye is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today in opposition to SB 233 and ask this body 2 questions. How much time have we actually spent listening to families and children attending schools in the bottom 25%? And will this bill do the most good for children attending those schools in Georgia? Well, I have listened. I run an education nonprofit that serves under-resourced high school students and have been in living rooms and sat at kitchen tables to listen to our parents, our guardians, and most importantly, our students. The children this bill attempts to serve are likely to live in poverty. These are children who lack stable housing. These are children who come to school with empty stomachs. These are children whose parents work multiple jobs and still feel like they're barely getting by. To my friends in the chamber who serve rural parts of Georgia, think about the families you work so hard to represent and how similar these barriers to access are for your district's children. The average K through 12 private school tuition in Georgia is roughly $12,000. $12,000, almost twice as much as the voucher in this bill provides. For poor families, disposable income is rare, not to mention the short supply of quality private schools in rural areas of our state. So who really stands to benefit from this voucher program? The winners are the privileged few families who have the means to make up the tuition difference. The losers? Hundreds of thousands of families who will be presented with a choice that is virtually out of reach. The biggest loser? Georgia schools that now have the impossible task of serving a concentrated pool of our most vulnerable children, creating even more impossible conditions for improvement and success. SB 233 will severely harm these public schools by diverting public funds to private schools, making it harder to recruit and retain teachers, pay for much needed social workers and guidance counselors, support mental health services, offer free and reduced lunch, and provide quality after-school program, among other difficulties. Is this really the best solution for our children? This past December, there was a tragic shooting at Atlantic Station that took the lives and futures of 2 children, a 12 and a 15-year-old. A few weeks later, I visited with the student in my program who was shot in the leg that night. Her mother, Harriet, was by her side while we shared breakfast and discussed ways to ensure that these tragedies stop occurring. I asked my student, why are these things happening? And what can I do to help? She said, we need more. More after-school programs. More teachers who are supported and stay. More counselors who listen and help. She said she looks around and feels like it doesn't matter. Her school, her future, and sometimes even her life. Back in 2019, a similar voucher bill was proposed, and it would have required $48 million from taxpayers in year one, rising to a maximum of over $500 million in 10 years. We should not be diverting resources to support private interests that undermine Georgia's public schools, especially our schools most in need that need more, not less. Let's move beyond false hope and false choices in favor of better outcomes for our underserved children and families and vote no to SB 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Parrish is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to quickly speak to you about Senate Bill 233. Specifically, I want to address how school vouchers hurt Georgia's families. School vouchers are government subsidized scholarships that put private schools ahead of public schools. The idea seems good that vouchers provide families with more choices when it comes to their children's education. However, in reality, school vouchers have been shown to have negative consequences, particularly for most Georgia families. Instead of assisting most Georgia families, this is a gift to our most well-off Georgians. One of the biggest problems I have with school vouchers is that they divert public funds away from public schools. I liken it to, in committee, I talked about how, it's like if you got a house and your house has got an electrical problem, it's $10,000 to fix the electrical problem. Instead of you taking that $10,000 and fixing the house, you go and rent an expensive, high-class apartment and decide, oh, we're just gonna live in this. Now you got both of them to pay for. So we're at a place where we really need to make sure that we take care of Georgia's children. When you look at the data there is a direct correlation between the number of students who are living in poverty and our schools' achievement scores. Instead of diverting money away from our public schools, we should be investing in them, just like House Bill 538 takes us. When public schools lose funding, it's the students and the teachers who suffer. We know that we are facing huge challenges in teacher recruitment. Georgia's public school teachers already regularly come out of their own pocket to pay for many things. SB 233 would provide $6,500 in Georgia taxpayer funds to subsidize a student's private school tuition cost. That will not do it. It costs like $10,000 to $12,000 to go to a private school. Poor people do not have that kind of money. I know, rich poor and below 20 poor, they're two different poors, everyone. There is zero financial accountability in this bill either for the private schools that stand to benefit from them or from the parents who will receive the $6,500 checks each year. This money could be used for a child to attend a school that is not fully accredited, whose teachers are not even required to hold a 4-year degree, and much less an education degree. I'm going to get to the end of this. Finally, I must repeat that school vouchers do not address the root causes of poor educational outcomes. Families face many challenges that we, as the Georgia State House, can address, which affect their children's education, such as poverty, lack of access to health care, and unstable housing. These issues cannot be solved by simply sending a child to a different school. Instead, we need to fully and equally invest in our public schools and support families so that they can provide their children with not only a quality education, but the basic support all children need to be successful. In conclusion, School vouchers in Georgia hurt our most vulnerable families. They divert funds, public funds, away from public schools, come with hidden costs, and are not accountable to the same standards as public schools lead. They lead to increased segregation. I'll repeat that. They lead to increased segregation and do not address the root causes of poor educational outcomes. SB 233 is wrong for our schools, wrong for our families, and wrong for our state. Instead of supporting school vouchers, we should invest in public schools and supporting families so that all children have access to a quality education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Lady has yielded the well. Now, Representative Godwin, you're recognized to speak to the bill. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my colleagues that are gathered in the room today, I rise to oppose this bill, this voucher bill, 233, and I'll do that for many reasons. First of all, I don't think the bill will accomplish what the author's good intentions of helping those who are economically disadvantaged, according to line 33 in the bill. I've spoken over the last few days with friends and one close relative whose household income is in the mid six figures. They're in $200,000, $300,000 annual household income. And I will tell you today that they are chopping at the bits because they see this $6,500 coming and they want to take advantage of it, which is ridiculous because it's not designed, even though they are close relatives of mine, it's not designed for those children who can afford school, private school. As a matter of fact, one of these individuals, their child is in pre-K now and has been approved and accepted to a private school for kindergarten. But if this bill passes, they're going to qualify for this voucher, which again, I think is ridiculous. It's not accomplished. It's contrary to what I think the good intentions of the authors have. That's one of my objectives. That's one of my concerns. But a greater concern is that this voucher bill, SB 233, it allows private schools to accept taxpayer dollars, while according to lines 181 through 183, they can maintain creeds, practices, and admissions policies that has the potential of prohibiting and denying admissions to qualified students. And I think that is called discrimination. Thirdly, it is my understanding that private school teachers are not held to the same standards as public school teachers as it relates to certifications. If that be the case, how can we justify using state taxpayer funds to pay their salaries when at the same time we are cutting budgets for paraprofessionals and debating about whether to fund literacy coaches? This is a bad bill with no fiscal note and unspecified accountability. It's bad because rural Georgia, where there are no private schools, those young people will have no options. If we want to improve and help the students in Georgia, why not give this same financial considerations with accountability to our public schools? It is for all of these reasons and many more that time would not permit me to discuss that I would not vote for this bill, and I would ask you to do the same. Amen. Amen.
The gentleman's time has expired, and he has yielded the well. Now we'll move on. The time has expired. Now we'll move on to those speaking in favor. Chair recognizes Representative Hilton to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished colleagues. Today I rise in full support of Senate Bill 233. Senate Bill 233 provides a critical lifeline of hope across our state to families who are trapped in failing schools. Public education, as we've heard, is not an either-or proposition. We can both give families school choice while also focusing our continued efforts to support public education. This is not an either, this is not an or, this is an and. Why are we here today? This is the farthest an ESA bill has gotten, the farthest. And I would submit to you it's because for the better part of 4 years, politicians have been telling families, sit down, we've got this, we know best in your child's education. And for the better part of 4 years, those politicians have been voted out of office by those parents who say, no, we know what's best in our child's education. This moment is a historic opportunity for our state to take a step toward modernizing our education system, allowing parents the power to choose and customize an education that fits best their own child's needs. Instead of a top-down, one-size-fits-all system, we can move together in a grassroots approach that is inclusive and respects the dignity and unique gifts of every single child. Some students need specialized attention, a different teaching method, a specific curriculum. By giving families more options, we are not only improving educational opportunities, but we're giving every child an equal opportunity to succeed. As you know, Georgia is home to some of the best schools in the nation. I would be remiss if I did not recognize our incredible teachers and administrators who are on the front lines fighting for our children every day. Personally, I am the product of both public and private education, and I'm eternally grateful for the teachers in my life, and I'm grateful my parents had the choice. But unfortunately, not every child in Georgia has that choice. As the chair of the Education Policy Subcommittee, I can tell you that public education has never been more funded in the history of our state. QBE is fully funded. We are now consistently giving teachers much needed pay raises. And public schools have significant reserves on hand, totaling almost $6 billion on their balance sheet. In our committee, we heard heartbreaking testimony from students and parents who are desperately seeking a lifeline. We heard from a young student who literally has rats, y'all, falling from the ceiling. That's problematic. But here's what's really problematic. That school system has $100 million in reserve and rats are running through the school. We heard from a mother who wanted to send her son to a local micro school with a cost of $8,500 a year. She was so desperate to get her son a better education, she went out into her community and literally knocked on doors asking for money for her child. Businesses and individuals stepped up and she raised money for her son to have a better life. On an almost routine basis, we see on social media videos of kids fighting teachers in dangerous conditions in schools. This does not need to happen. SB 233 allows students to escape these conditions while also giving us the flexibility to address needs in education. If you're like me, you've received dozens of emails on Senate Bill 233. Let's walk through real quick 3 myths and 3 realities. Myth number 1, Senate Bill 233 defunds public education. Here is the fact. Public education is funded by 3 buckets: local, state, and federal dollars. Under SB 233, state dollars will follow your student, while local school systems get to keep their local share without the associated expense. All school systems will benefit financially from this when their children take advantage of this program. Myth number 2, Senate Bill 233 lacks accountability. I want to applaud Chairman Irwin, Chairman Jones, Chairman Dubnik, Leader Wade. This House made significant improvements to this bill, already a great bill that came over from the Senate, to add even more accountability. Annual audits, annual testing, annual graduation rates, student data based on grade level, gender, and race. The Student Finance Commission will have the authority to conduct random audits on an annual basis and monitor the fiscal integrity of this program. Any evidence of fraud can be turned over to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. This is tight. We have it on lockdown. Finally, myth number 3. Senate Bill 233 does not benefit our rural community. Fact. The reality is that there are private schools in almost every county of our state. The beauty of an ESA program is an ESA is more flexible, allowing students to benefit from online learning programs, home study programs, and even dual enrollment. In this bill, there are literally opportunities for every child in every corner of our state. Now, I know no matter what I say, there are going to be skeptics out there. School choice is about giving every child a chance to succeed regardless of their background or socioeconomic status. But let's not look just to Georgia, let's look to Florida. They've had an ESA program in place for years, and guess what happened? That program is so successful, this past week, their Senate and House overwhelmingly, on a bipartisan basis, expanded their existing program. I know we're afraid here to do it, but if we do it here in Georgia, I can almost guarantee you we're going to be right back here in a few years because this program is going to be that successful as we've seen in Florida. In closing, I believe that every child deserves the best education possible. And I trust that parents know what's best for their child. And that's why we need to empower parents and put them in the driver's seat of their child's education. So I ask you, let's work together for a brighter future for our children. I urge you to vote yes on Senate Bill 233. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Wade is recognized to speak to the bill. Are you ready? Representative Wade is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you all being here. And this is a special day for me because I have an opportunity to speak to you as a person who has advocated on behalf of public education for over 16 years as a school board member in Dawson County Schools. And by the way, that is in rural Georgia. Even the kids like to say we keep it rural there, if you know what I mean. It's okay, I know, it's a dad joke, but I got kids that are 6 and 9, so that's how I roll right now. It's late, I'm tired. I'm ready to get home. It's my 20th anniversary today. So let me tell you, to a public education teacher and administrator, she's in her 22nd year. I am a son of 2 teachers. I was in a public school, kindergarten through 12th grade, 13 years of my life. Folks, we are a state that has fully funded QBE for the last 5 years. QBE is currently fully funded. The public school ecosystem has never had as much money in total as well as per student ever in our state's history. I am for public education. There are superintendents, there are teachers, there are folks that are texting you, they're emailing you with concerns, and I respect those concerns. But I also want you to remember that our job as a state legislature, and what my belief and what I believe many of you on both the right and the left, or the Republican side or the Democratic side, believe, is that education is the most important thing, and every single child deserves the best option. Now, at the same time that we have fully funded education in this state, we have seen major improvements in many areas. But if we're all being completely honest with one another, we also could acknowledge that all across this state there are some children that are not receiving the best. And folks, I believe that every child in this state deserves the best educational opportunity. And that ecosystem needs to acknowledge what we did with special needs. I was told by folks that have been here back when the SB 10 and SB 47 bill was passed that it would decimate the public education sector in this state. And I understand. We all have concerns about something new. But that program has served a vital purpose for over 5,500 special needs students, some of the most fragile among us. And it has not crippled the school systems in this state. In fact, I would argue that it has helped the schools serve the students that are still in their districts who have those special needs. They are getting better service because the students that weren't being met are no longer causing the issue for those students that remain. I also want to speak to you from this regard, and I'll be short, but I want you to really hear me. Choice is important in the 21st century. We have to ensure that children have the best options. We have narrowly tailored this bill, and I would argue that this is the most well thought out, balanced approach at this issue to ensure that we are doing things in this state that will give us the opportunity to compare how a student performs that receives this scholarship versus a student that is in our classrooms. It is helping those students in which, when I was on the GSBA board and I was a president who traveled this state to many of the parts of this state who have schools that are in the lowest 25% of performance, when those mothers and grandmothers were coming to me saying, I need another option. I love my community. I love my teachers. I love my principal. They're just not getting the job done. That's real talk. I get it. These folks need an option. To those school systems who have one or two schools in their district that are on this list, we already have an opportunity for you at home to provide intra-district transfers for those families that want to go to another school within your own district. But I have heard from parents and community members that they have been told that that's not an option for them. The adults cannot figure it out. They can't make that work. That concerns me as a person that believes that every child needs to receive an opportunity to best meet their expectations for their young ones. Folks, I'll wrap up with this. I hope if you are a person who's in this building that is struggling with this choice, that you'll think about children and not adults. I hope that you will realize that this is going to be the next step in ensuring that Georgia provides every child the best opportunity to grow and to thrive. I'm honored to be a floor leader for Governor Kemp. I've enjoyed being able to be a part of that effort. Governor Kemp has fully funded education with the legislature's help. Governor Kemp appreciates the work of this legislation, and Governor Kemp supports this bill. I hope that you will give that your highest regard, because he is a governor who has done much for the public school children in this state and children in every corner. With that, I hope you will cast your vote yes, and I yield the well. Thank you.
Representative Maynor is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I don't know if this bill is going to pass or not, but I do think it's important for us to talk about it. All of us are here, so let's talk about the elephant in the room, the schools. And some are failing, some are not. Ephesians 1:16 says, I do not cease to give thanks for you. That was the Lent prayer I did yesterday at my church. We're in Lent. Jesus spent 40 days in the wilderness seeking discernment. We are here at the Capitol for 40 days. For 40 days, we need to discern the voices of 60,000 people. We sit, rock, and swivel in our leather antique chairs under an actual gold dome, and we debate on what is good for the people of Georgia. Think about what the kids in failing school environments are thankful for. What is a 6-year-old child selling water at a busy intersection with his 14-year-old brother thankful for? What about the little girl who has 2 parents in prison? What is she thankful for? 60,000 people are counting on us to not be bipartisan. They assume, based on our party line, we will think like them, but we will always defer to their needs over our party's needs. Now, Jesus ultimately did die after those 40 days, but he rose again. Maybe SB 233 may give a child an opportunity to rise. I got a call from a constituent that's a veteran. They said, Rep. Maynor, remember, we don't leave anyone behind. Please vote yes for SB 233. Every child deserves a chance. When I came here, I found out quite quickly that education was as partisan as Donald Trump. Lobbyists that are against this bill, they roll their eyes at me when they see me. This bill makes people mad and angry, and they show it to you. Now, like children in marginalized communities, just like the one that I grew up in, parents only know what they know. And if you're in an environment in a failing school, it's quite possible that the parents, you're right, that is some of the argument with some people. You're very right. Parents may not know how to access this resource. Children across Georgia, the whole conversation today has been about money. Money, 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 money. A child is a dollar sign. I don't think a child is a dollar sign. Children are $13,000 roughly. $6,000 per child from the state and roughly $7,000 from other sources. Now, when you go home, you have plenty of options. Children in unfortunate situations have no options. In Atlanta, I have the highest energy burden district in the city, and that means there are families that don't even have utilities on. How do they do homework without even utilities? So imagine you don't have utilities, you go to the same school in your environment. How would your eyes open up if you went to another environment? When I was little, I used to go to the downtown library. It was so big, it was massive. Because when I got off of the school bus, I ran home from crackheads. So when I went to the library, I thought I was somewhere amazing. And to this day, I value education because of my experience of going somewhere I had never been before, a library, a public library. Children walk into schools every day And on the board it says, welcome to your school, and the schools have their averages up there. So imagine a child walking in a school every day and it says, welcome, we are a D school, we are an F school. Is that going to make them want to do more? SB 233 is for students. Students in schools that are listed in the bottom 25% performance level of all Georgia schools. That is a lot of schools in my district. In fact, I have the most charter schools in my district than any other district in the state because parents are looking for options. Supporting SB 233 doesn't mean you don't support teachers. In fact, I think teachers put their lives in danger every single day, as well as the school bus drivers that we learned. SB 233 is not against public schools. It's about giving a child an opportunity. Everybody is not going to run and use this resource, but if one child uses it, imagine if it was me. If one child uses it, it has made a difference for one child. My mom used someone else's address so I could go to another school on another side of town. Now imagine, I don't know where I would be if I went to the school in my neighborhood. I really don't. The Georgia Chamber released a report saying that Georgia has a labor workforce issue. Imagine if we were using our creativity in the schools that we have right now, but we aren't, because guess what? Right now, the schools are using curriculums that are not preparing children for today's activities. In 1906, we started this system for factory workers. The Bell system came alive. We are past the Bell system. We're past children sitting in a desk 1 + 1 = 2. We are now at, in other countries, their pre-K students are learning robotics. The issue is not necessarily we're trying to take money away from public schools. What we're trying to do, hopefully what this will do, is just make schools do something different. We're using the QBE formula has been the QBE formula for a long time. Everybody knows that that formula is outdated, right? But what do we do about it? Right now, our budget for education is $12 billion. That's the same operating budget as McDonald's. Now, if you went to McDonald's every day and got a burnt hamburger and burnt fries, are you going to keep going back to that McDonald's? I know that Leader Beverly said, no, he's not going. And that's what the children are saying. I don't want to go where the burnt hamburger is. I don't want to go where the burnt fries are. I want a fresh hamburger. I want a fresh education. I want something different. Just give me something different. I am actually screaming because I am the child that will benefit from this. There are some things that are not all the way right for this, and we can fix that later. But if one child can benefit from this, then you should vote for SB 233. And for all the lobbyists, you do not have to roll your eyes at me when you see me. Because it's another subject that might come up that we might agree on. But just because we don't agree on this, and this is for my colleagues too, you do not have to treat me so badly because I am trying to help the children in my community. And Speaker, I yield the will.
Lady has yielded the well. Representative Martinez is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know we're hearing all the representatives today. Let me tell you another group that this bill helps. My people, the Hispanic community, the Latinos in Georgia, the tens of thousands of students. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to be very brief because I know we got more speakers and it's getting late. I love coming here to the well also and telling the people, especially the Hispanic community, some good news. As a Latino that came to this country when I was a boy, I went to a failing school. I went to a public school. I also went through ESOL classes. You guys know what ESO is? All right, I'm sure you do. I've been there. I'm a product of this bill. Coming to this country when I was a young boy. For my Hispanic community, especially the Latino kids struggling in schools, it gives my people, my community, a choice. Isn't that what we always talk about, choice? Mr. Speaker, I am pro-school choice. My only regret is not having this option when I was a student. That's my only regret. I wish my parents had this option in the early 80s when I came to this beautiful country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. That concludes all of those that are opposed and in favor with the time that was allotted to them. Now we'll move on to the minority report. But first, is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Now we'll move on to the minority report and the chair's time. 20 minutes for each. I'll recognize Representative David Wilkerson to speak to the bill, and he can allocate the time as he sees fit. There's a couple other speakers. I think you're aware of that.
Yes, thank you.
Representative Wilkerson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the minority report to SB 233. I know that the kids are the most important thing. This is my first year serving in Education Committee, and I've been very excited that we talked about safety and literacy. And this really is a discussion on what is the best way to make sure that kids are getting the education they need. We talk a lot about fully funding QBE, so I'm going to walk through the parts of the bill real quick. It is correct that this bill does not become effective until QBE is fully funded. However, once we start the process, it never stops. So whether QBE stops being funded, we're going to continue to fund this. The second thing is we are funding a formula from 1985. I'm going to date myself, but if you go back to 1985, the top movie was Back to the Future, Beverly Hills Cop, Rambo, Rocky, and Cocoon. If you could tell me what Cocoon was about, then I'll give you extra credit. But the bottom line is we're funding a formula that educated kids in 1985, and a lot of very smart people have said that that formula does not work. So we've made a lot of changes to this bill as we went through the Education Committee, but if you go to line 3, there's been a lot of debate about what is QBE funding. Is this enough? Is this too much? Or whatever. The $6,500 that we're allocating to QBE is $6,500 no matter what we do to QBE as far as austerity cuts. So my plea is that if we're going to do this, which I hope we don't, that we say you can get funding up to $6,500 not to exceed what QBE is. That would be one requested change. The second thing is, as far as qualifying for the bill, if you go to line 73, this is all driven by parents, and this is not going to be a large number of students. However, if your parents live in another state, and say you're a married student, you're military, you're married, if your parents are in the military, you still qualify for this. If your spouse is military, you do not qualify for this scholarship. So we're going to be leaving out anybody who moves here that is married to a service member, a 20-year-old that's married to an 18-year-old, etc. They will be excluded from this. I have a question about foster children. Will they be included? Because foster parents are not. I mean, in the system, they may or may not be included. So I just have a question about that, and I'll leave it to the authors. The big thing, though, for me, is if you look at the board on the left, and forgive my writing, but if you look at the board on the left, that's a fiscal note. It's done by the professionals down here at the Capitol. They talk about what this bill will do, whether it's going to cost us or whether it won't cost us. On the right is the only type of fiscal note that I've seen. And so if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, that's my fiscal calculation for the meeting today. You'll see where I started with the $6,500 and I backed out mathematically what QBE funding is for a 9th through 12th grader, and I get about $3,600. I took one of the school systems, and I said, okay, say only 10% of that school system uses the voucher. That's 50 students. If 50 students use that voucher, you potentially have the state spending $180,000 more than they did. And so that's 500 times 10%. And if you look at the top right, that's some other notes that I had. But the bottom line is, whether you like this bill or not, we need to know the cost, because what we're doing is obligating money to students, making promises to families that we will have to continue going forward forever. And if we don't know what it costs now, how can we make that promises to families that their kids will have that funding to go to private school? So with that, I will yield the remainder of my time to other speakers, but I ask us to please get a fiscal note to make sure we know what the promises we're making, so make sure we can keep them. Thank you.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Representative Lisa Campbell is recognized to speak to the bill. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, we've all been hearing many voices today about this bill, but I rise to speak against Senate Bill 233 because I believe investing in our public education is the single most important thing we can do to improve the lives of all Georgians. I urge everyone to consider voting for 3 main reasons. Number 1, this bill takes public funds and hands them over to private entities without accountability that protects parents and kids. There's no getting around that. We've talked a lot about the Hope Scholarship, a smart investment in our students. And this bill uses the same term, scholarship. But do not be fooled. This is not a scholarship program using new funds as with the lottery. In this bill, taxpayer dollars are deducted from our local public schools' QBE allocations. That's where they're coming from, and they are handed out to private entities. This bill proposes a $6,500 taxpayer-funded private school tuition subsidy. The average full-time equivalent per middle school student allocation in Georgia is about $2,900. In this bill, we're giving twice that much money to private schools and to homeschoolers, twice as much than our public schools get for that same child. And even more alarming is the fact that opting out of public education means participating parents will also forgo protections for students with disabilities, background checks for teachers, school accreditation, and they have very little assurance that the private school they've selected will even accept their child or will be a viable program. This bill lacks oversight, as the new commission is not required to report the demographics of students at the individual participating schools, the assessment results, attendance, course completion, or even high school graduation rates. An itemized list of expenditures approved by, is not required either from the Parent Review Committee. Number 2, this bill dilutes funding for our local public schools who are already trying to make up for 30 years of underfunded budgets. Proponents of this bill have said local school districts won't lose money because the money is following the child. That is simply not true. Each district would receive $6,500 less per student in their allocated QBE funds. There's no cap to the number of students who can participate, no cap for family, and no cap on the length of the voucher program. It could be used for 12 years for each student for a whopping $78,000 per child. Did y'all hear that? Each child, each family could get $78,000 for their child. That is coming from our public school budgets. Wealthy districts are hurt less than poor, but all public schools will lose state money to the tune of about $210 million sucked out of our public schools budgets annually. And we're now already seeing the catastrophic results from taking more than $11 billion from our public schools in the last 30 years. I'm here to tell you $30 million is not fully funding public school in any way, shape, or form. And lastly, and no one has talked about this much yet, I think this is absolutely critical. Number 3, voucher programs are known to decrease student outcomes. They decrease student outcomes. That's the intention of this program, right? To improve our students' education. But the reality is that vouchers are not a new, brilliant idea. They've been tried in other states. And when they have, they're proven to actually decrease achievement. That's right. Subsidizing private school does not improve student outcomes, and in the long-term studies that have been conducted, it's actually decreased the outcomes. Repeated studies of voucher programs across the country show that vouchers result in worse test programs in Milwaukee, Cleveland, the District of Columbia, and they found that students who received vouchers showed no improvement in reading or math over those not in the program. Other studies conducted by Fordham University, the U.S. Department of Education, the Brookings Institute, and others show long-term voucher programs cause a decline in academic achievement that rivals or even exceeds those caused by natural disasters, including the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't know if y'all are hearing this, but after aggregating the test scores for voucher participants in Indiana, Louisiana, Ohio, Washington, one of these research described the results as some of the biggest drops we've ever seen in test scores in the research community. The worst scores. We are advocating for a change for innovation, but I don't think reduced outcomes is the change we're looking for. Rather than voting for this bill, we could do new things. Instead, unite and invest in fully funding pre-K and kindergarten. Research shows that actually does improve our outcomes. Providing for professional salaries to attract and retrain quality teachers. You want to get to a lower classroom ratio? Let's hire some more teachers. Funding literacy curriculum to improve our embarrassing 42nd ranking this year, and increase professional learning for educators and fund our high-quality curriculum. This bill does not diminish the rights of parents to send their kids to the schools of their choice. They can still do that. But it does, in fact, diminish our public schools. And I have to say, this afternoon, it has been quite rich to hear talk about the importance of choice. But our choice is to fund education for all kids, not just some. And as the great-granddaughter of 2 public school teachers, the granddaughter of a Cobb County public school teacher for more than 20 years, and the daughter of a high school chemistry teacher, I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Representative Becky Evans is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today in opposition to Senate Bill 233. This bill would send public funds to our private schools with little accountability for the performance of private schools, limited transparency, and no estimate of the program costs. I want to talk about money and values. We're saying it is about money, and I think it's because our state and our budget, it's our priorities. Our budget reflects our priorities as a state. And it is true that education is the largest proportion of our budget. I recognize that, and I'm very grateful for that. But I want to talk about what we're choosing to fund and what we're not choosing to fund with this bill. Yes, it is true that we have fully funded QBE for the past 4 years, and I'm grateful for that. But as we've heard earlier, QBE hasn't been updated in over 30 years. And we know that there are so many things that are a part of educating our children that QBE does not support. At the beginning of this session in the Education Committee, I remember we had excellent speakers talking to us about what we need to do to improve education. We heard from the Georgia Partnership and Excellence in Education. One of the things they talked about was the need for more counselors. And in this budget, we appear to be poised to fund counselors for special education and gifted students. So that's good. That's one challenge. I want to see if that actually makes it in the budget. But others remain. Counselors are funded at a ratio of 1 counselor to 450 students, above the 1 to 250 students recommended by the American Counselor Association. We need these counselors so that our students can have guidance on their college and career pathways. This body has recognized our 48th or 49th ranking of those providing mental health services to Georgians. The Mental Health Parity Act and this year's expansion of behavioral health reforms, I'm hoping that will pass, and I'm grateful for that. But in our schools, our state funds school social workers and school psychologists, one for every 2,475 students. And that is above the recommended ratio of 1 to 250 students for social workers and 1 to 500 for school psychologists. Another thing is Georgia is one of the 6 states that doesn't provide extra funding for low-income students through the K through 12 funding formula. We learned that we need to provide a poverty weight. This was recommended to us, and several of our legislators have recommended that, and that's something we're choosing not to fund. Transportation costs. We learned that the portion of student transportation costs covered by the state has shrunk from 50% in the 90s to less than 15% annually. This expense, which often falls harder on rural districts, limits the district's investments of local funds into the classroom. So I want to just take a look for us up at the map. We could talk about all these other ways we're not funding schools. But I want to take a look here at this map you see on the board, and this is a map of where we have private schools in Georgia. And if you take a look at the map, the white part is where there are no private schools in Georgia. The yellow is where there's one private school. So we need to talk about who will this bill benefit. Will it benefit the students in rural Georgia and I think you look at that map and you say, how will this bill benefit the students of rural Georgia when I look at that map? The other question about QBE is, yes, the bill states QBE needs to be funded in order for this to be implemented. But what about if we go into recession? What will happen with that? Will QBE be funded, or will our private schools be funded? What will our choice be? So we've talked about the $6,500 that we're spending per student, what this program will cost, and you've heard estimates of cost from other people speaking to this bill. But I do want to have us think about what we've done with our voucher programs before. We currently the education scholarship. The tax credit scholarship that started at $58 million, we've bumped that up to $120 million. The scholarship for students with we're at $30 million for the students with disabilities scholarship. What will this increase to? That is what we don't know. All right, students, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I ask that you please do not vote for this bill. Let's fully fund all these other things instead of funding private schools for our children where we have no accountability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That completes the minority report. Now we'll have the chair's time. Chair has up to 20 minutes for chairman's time. We will now recognize the chairman from which this bill came, Chairman Irwin, for the chairman's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'd like to do is share this chairman time with the pro tem, if that is okay, Mr. Speaker.
That's your call.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
The Speaker Pro Tem of this House is recognized to speak to the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your efforts on this legislation. I'm just going to make a couple sort of off-the-cuff remarks. I will say that in 20 years I've served on the Education Committee. I've never worked on a voucher bill. I've only worked...
The lady will suspend. Members, please give the member in the well your attention. I know it's been a lengthy debate, but this is important. Give the lady in the well your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have only worked on legislation that was aimed at students in public schools, teachers in public schools, including public charter schools, and this is the first time. And some might ask, well, why did you decide to get involved? And it's because it's become clear as over these 20 years that our state and our constituents, and in particular after COVID, a couple years of disruption, there are some of them that would like another option. And it's not a rejection of public school. Usually it's, family of three, and maybe it's just not quite working for one. Maybe one doesn't quite fit in. We have public schools with 3,000 students in them. That's just not for everyone. And I'm not sure we should play King Solomon and be the ones to decide what, where you're going to go. And but I don't see it as either you're supporting public schools or you're supporting other options. Because it's not just private schools, it's these micro schools that have emerged and homeschoolers who don't really fit the model, or what we thought of 20 years ago as sort of your traditional homeschoolers. Sometimes it's sort of your average mom, sometimes it's the dad who finds that one of their two kids, it's just not quite working, and their children come first to them, and who better to know that than the parent? And so after 20 years of, I've worked particularly on, y'all know, public charter schools, but I initiated the dual enrollment with the Move On When Ready, because, that's really just another option that, by the way, also uses private colleges to provide needed services to students, because sometimes the high school just doesn't one size fit all. And I haven't really found that dual enrollment to be particularly controversial. I worked on Hope Scholarship to allow students who take STEM classes, the very challenging STEM classes, to fulfill needed careers, that they would receive extra weight while they're in college, sort of akin to dual enrollment and AP weight. Oh, and by the way, at private colleges and public colleges where students are on Hope. So I think it's mischaracterize it to say that you have to be for one or the other, because serving on the Education Committee under some awesome education chairs, including Brooks Coleman, former Assistant Superintendent of Gwinnett County, or former Superintendent of the Year, Chris Irwin, Rick Jaspers, and now Matt Dubnik, who chairs the Education Appropriations. What all of us have seen is, times evolve, and education doesn't have to always look exactly the same. But I'll tell you what's consistent on the Education Committee. 98% of the time, all we really work on is what you think of as more traditional public schools or charter schools. So again, it's not either or. And Georgia and our nation, if you think about it, has a long and strong record of using tax dollars for public purposes or goals, utilizing private or nonprofit institutions to provide needed services to individuals. It's not a rejection of, say, someone who works for the government. It just means that sometimes it takes an array of methods to fulfill state goals. In this case, education. Pell Grants go to public and private colleges. Well, they go to the student for public or private colleges. The GI Bill, public or private colleges. Head Start, private daycares, food stamps. People use them at private grocery stores, WIC, Medicare, Section 8 vouchers. We found give folks a public voucher, and instead of always having public housing, give them a voucher and let them decide where it's best to go, what best serves their needs. Medicaid, we don't hire all the doctors and PAs and nurse practitioners to provide services. We give people essentially a voucher through Medicaid and let them find the private provider that can best provide their needs. If you look through the budget, community affairs and community health, you'll find it's full of private, for-profit, and nonprofit providers that provide services that government alone never could provide all. And it's not a rejection. It's not to say that having government employees providing these services is any less. My children went to public school. They didn't want to go to a charter school. They wouldn't have wanted to go to a private school. But most of us know a few kids where maybe it just wasn't the best fit for them. And so I will say that, additionally, I'll say pre-K students. Out of 84,000 students in Georgia, 4 years old, receiving a pre-K voucher, half of them take that voucher to a private pre-K provider, generally a daycare center, and the other half go to a public school. I've never heard a single one of my colleagues on the floor or a constituent complain to me because they weren't all at the public school. And by the way, the private pre-K providers don't offer door-to-door bus service just as the public do. It's just a different option that works for some people. Well, apparently it works for half the pre-K parents. Our general budget funds 24,367 Georgia college students for $900 yearly TEG grants, tuition equalization grants, to take to a private college. That's out of the general budget, just as this would be. And by the way, there's no fiscal note on that because it's appropriated. A fiscal note, just sort of a little learning lesson here, a fiscal note is required for a tax bill because a tax bill is an appropriation in law. It recurs until you change the law. You know, we fight over those just about every year a little bit on the floor. An appropriation, I look at the difference. An appropriation is an addition or subtraction. Ways and means is multiplication and division. It multiplies every year. Every year you pay it if it's a tax bill, if it's a tax law. In appropriation, it goes down, it goes up. There's no fiscal note here because it's zero until the Appropriations Committee in the House, the Appropriations Committee in the Senate, and the governor signs the bill for some amount. Maybe they decide it's going to be 50 children. Maybe it's going to be 100 of these. We don't know. That would go through an appropriations process. Georgia's budget funds between $4,600 and $6,000 a year for Hope Private and Hope Zell Private yearly scholarships to students that attend our 30 private colleges. If you don't like using public dollars, and those are public dollars that are they're appropriated, then Matt Hatchett is over there waiting. You know, we're going to have the conference committee let us know if you want to cut that money out, because that is a voucher going to our 30 private schools. And I'll just remind you, there are constituents too. That's why I don't begrudge using TEG or Private Hope, because who am I to tell someone that they shouldn't go to, you know, Young Harris or Mercer or these other colleges that also, by the way, hire our constituents to provide these services to our constituents. And I value them. I'm a product of public colleges in Georgia. My children are products of public colleges in Georgia, but they have friends and I have constituents, and so do you, that have utilized these services. One of the members mentioned the Special Needs Scholarship for those with disabilities and the SSO, both of which use public dollars. I will mention that neither of those programs has the accountability, transparency, and testing provisions that Senate Bill 233 possesses. I would ask anyone to demonstrate or to show another voucher plan in any state that is as well crafted, narrowly crafted, and with as much transparency and accountability as this bill. And I do thank those on the Education Committee that worked so hard, as well as the Senate who initiated it. And all of these examples that I'm sharing with you, and I will close, they don't necessarily, it's not that they don't support public education, public colleges, or public health, or all the other vouchers that we have in our budget. What they do is they expand and they enhance the reach of state government to cover the needs and the aspirations of all Georgians. And I would ask for you to consider voting for Senate Bill 233. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. To have him. Remainder of the time is yielded to the governor's floor leader, Representative Will Wade.
Hey guys, good evening. So first, a lot of y'all were in the ante room and y'all were talking, and I think y'all need to hear something really important. Today is my 20th wedding anniversary, people, so thank you. Love you, Jennifer. Thank you for all you do, and I know you're taking care of our beautiful children. So I want to address a couple things because some of you have heard some information that I'm not going to speak negatively of one of our peers, but I'm not sure that they were made aware of some of the actual things that we've done in this House through our Education Committee with folks that have deep background in education, from a superintendent, from a former CAT director, former teachers, etc. We have put in this in section 20-2B-4 a few items. This is not going to go into effect again until not this next school year, but the following. There's going to be a year of planning to ensure that these things are met. But we are going to require things like aggregate data of student attendance and course completion rates of the eligible core courses and the CTA courses that these students will be receiving in this school. This is an accountability and transparency piece that I've heard educational advocates for over a decade asking for. We'll also continue to ensure that they will attend a public school first. This is not going to allow somebody that's currently in private school an opportunity to come back and circumvent the system. This is to ensure that kids that are in these schools that are in the bottom quartile of performance will have this option. In lines 162, we're going to comply with anti-discrimination provisions. They're going to comply with all health and safety laws and codes that apply to private schools. They have to be located in Georgia. Folks, somebody got up here and told you a few things that weren't true. I just want it to be factual. I know this body respects facts. I'm a believer in facts. I also want you to think about this. They are going to ensure every single year that the funds that are utilized, there's going to be a report that's going to be given and submitted to this body. We're going to talk about effectiveness and comparisons for outcomes. We're not going to do this without considering that this is an actual better option for students. We're going to have tests. I think some of you weren't in the room, so I want you to hear this. Chairman Jones indicated to you that there's going to be a norm reference test every single year. We do not currently require that of our public schools. If a student receives this, they will be required to do so. And in the 3rd grade and the 8th grade, they will be taking the same test that public school 3rd graders and 8th graders take, so that we can compare that data. I've heard advocates for years ask us to do that. We are doing that in this legislation. So I just wanted you to be aware that that is extremely important to this House. It was extremely important to the Education Committee because we believe that is a proper way to address those comparative concerns. I understand that there are folks that are receiving a few messages, and I get it. There's a lot of folks that don't know exactly what's in this bill. But we all have a responsibility to be a part of analyzing what this is going to do for constituents. And again, I just want to remind you, children should be the center of our focus, not adults. I love our teachers. Y'all, they have been through some of the toughest times over the last couple of years, and this state has supported them with pay raises, fully funding education. Now, if we want to have a conversation about updating QBE, I'm there, I'm ready. I'm very willing to address that. This is not the time. We're in a period of time in which we have fully funded it, and let's continue that conversation. Let's gather more information based on student outcomes across this state. But I ask you this, if you're a person that still hasn't decided, think about this. To me, this is going to be the most important point, so I hope you will listen. There are school systems and communities that are doing a lot for kids. They get up every day and they try. The teachers try. The families try. The community tries. And they succeed. But there are also parts of this state that have had struggles. I came from a community that had those struggles as a kid. Half my freshman class was a class of 202 of us in 1993. I graduated with 96 in 96. That wasn't acceptable. Folks, there are too many communities that we have kids that are, yes, they're at 100% poverty rate, but they're also at 100% not reading at grade level in 3rd grade. They're at 100% not reading at grade level in 8th grade. Those parents are looking for an option. No one is going to require them to take this. If they are completely satisfied with the school that they are in, and they want to continue to hope that things are going to get better and that next teacher the next year is going to work out, or if they repeat 1st grade that it's going to get better the next time, I respect that those families have that choice. But if you're that parent that has been in that classroom and seen the situation not get any better, we had a testimony from one of the colleagues in the Democratic Party come and talk to us about kids on buses fighting in schools because the school buses were overcrowded. We looked at the school system's data. This school system had over $100 million in their ending fund balance, and they can't, as adults, figure out how to make the decisions to ensure that those buses are not adequately running so that the kids can not have to sit in each other's laps. Look, these are adult issues and we need to address it, but kids need us to make this an option. Again, I believe every person in here needs to know that Governor Kemp appreciates the effort of both the Senate and this House, but he really appreciates and he supports this legislation because this strikes the balance that this discussion needs. It gives parents choices, and I hope that you will consider supporting this, I believe, meaningful option that is not going to decimate public education. It's going to give choice to those that have been asking for it, and I hope that you will give your vote. With that, I yield the well. Thank you.
Good timing, because your time had expired. For what purpose does Speaker Pro Tem Jones rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I move that this House table Senate Bill 233.
Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 233 by Senator Donizell of the 27th, being entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to education so as to provide for the establishment of promised scholarship accounts to be funded by the state in the amount of $6,000 per school year.
On the lady's motion that SB 233 be tabled, is there objection? There is objection. Does the lady move? The lady moves. All those in favor of the motion to table will vote yes. Those opposed to the motion will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion to table, the yeas are 95 and the nays are 70. SB 233 is on the table. All right. Members, we have a couple of bills we did not get to, so they will be postponed to the next legislative day. SB 20, SB 64, and SB 155 will be postponed until the next legislative day. Members, we do have some more business. We have another committee meeting that will be taking place in just a few moments. Well, we could probably make that announcement now. Representative Chairman Smith is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Rules Committee will meet in 5 minutes.
The House will stand at ease. The House will stand at ease. House will stand at ease until rules. We will come back as soon as the Rules Committee meets. We will be back and we'll be tending to some additional opportunities to work for the people of Georgia. So the House will be at ease. House will come to order. House will come to order. Members, take your seats and we'll get out of here shortly. We have one important piece of, well, a number of important pieces of business to tend to, so. For what? No, I got it.
Okay. We've got some.
For what purpose does Chair Lady Houston rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the rules be suspended and a bill assigned to read and assigned to a committee for the first time.
I like that motion. Sounded very comprehensive to me. Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Houston, the 170th to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 6 of Title 47 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Legislative Retirement System.
On the lady's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Retirement. For what purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption?
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Knight of the 134th and others, a resolution urging the Georgia Congressional Delegation to assist in finding reasonable solutions to protect North Atlantic right whales and Georgia's coast culture and economy.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of this House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Rules. For what purpose does Representative Jason Ridley rise?
Make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to temporarily suspend rules for a bill to be read the first time and assigned to a committee.
Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Ridley of the 6th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 2 of Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to officers of the Department of Transportation.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Transportation. For what purposes Representative Ridley, Jason Ridley, rise?
Make another motion, sir.
State your motion.
Need to temporarily suspend rules for a bill to be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
Clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Ridley of the 6th and others proposing an amendment to the Constitution so as to change the selection process for the Commissioner of Transportation.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended so a bill can be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? Transportation. We're going to move on to afternoon orders, but members, if some of our members have retired for the evening, if you'll share this with them. As we all know, the arrangements for Tish Nagisi are tomorrow for the visitation and then for her funeral on Saturday. Here's the posture of House leadership. Tomorrow, I will be attending visitation to visit with the family and honor the memory of our dear friend. So if any of you would like to join me as we present a resolution that this House has adopted, I will be there before 3:30, but hopefully we'll be able to visit with the family for a few minutes during the visitation hours. And those hours are from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. I will be there around 3 o'clock. On Saturday, March the 25th, Minority Leader James Beverly will attend the funeral and represent this house at the funeral, and he will also, I think Chairman Billy Mitchell also has a resolution that's signed by almost all members, I think all the members of this house, that he will also present to the family. So if you have questions, reach out to my office or Representative Beverly's office, and we can answer those questions, but that's the plan for tomorrow as we honor our dear friend. We'll move on to afternoon orders. Representative Gamble is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be joined today by Representative Scoggins, and of course he has been sick and not able to be with me today, but tragedy struck our community on Tuesday when we had the death of a firefighter in our community. Matthew Smith, a 41-year-old firefighter for Bartow County Fire and Emergency Services, unfortunately went to do a search and rescue training exercise and experienced a medical event at that point, and he did not survive. And so our community mourns the loss of firefighter Matthew Smith, and I would ask this body to remember him and his son Noah and his family and the brave men and women that serve our community with the Bartow County Fire and Emergency Services. Would you please join me in a moment of silence? Thank you.
Members, you may remain standing if you don't mind. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized for an afternoon order. I don't see Representative Jones, but here he comes. Chairman Todd Jones is recognized for an order.
Members, thank you for standing. Yesterday, Forsyth County lost Commissioner Molly Cooper to a fight with cancer. She was not just a commissioner, but she was our friend. She's taught us about steadfastness. She taught us about just being a good person. And she was someone that we could count on. And on behalf of the entire delegation, we send our condolences on behalf of this body. We send our condolences to the Cooper family. And we want to make sure that the grandkids hear their names. Connor, Barrett, Madeline, Molly, and Ryan. If we could just have a moment of silence, please. God bless Molly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and delegation. Prayers for the family. Representative Kennard and friends. Just you. Are you going to have friends? I have lots. Oh, you got lots of friends. Representative Ramon is recognized for an afternoon order.
Hey, colleague, give me one second.
Give him a second.
Ramadan Mubarak, folks. Today is the first day of Ramadan, which is when Muslims around the world fast from dusk to sunset. So if I've been extra loopy today, I apologize, but that is the situation at hand here, so please have some patience with us. If you have Muslim staff, please, if you can, accommodate them. Let them either come in late or leave early. But just wanted y'all to know that that is what, Representative Mughal and I will be doing for the next 29 to 30 days. But yeah, excited to celebrate with you all.
Starving.
We're hoping for
all that kickball. Yeah. Representative Rhonda Taylor is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In honor of National Women's History Month, I would like to introduce to some and make aware of up to others Miss Dorothy Norwood, who was born in Atlanta, Georgia in 1935, but she is known as the world's greatest storyteller. She used her soulful vocals and uplifting delivery to rise to the upper echelon of contemporary gospel music. She began touring with her family at the age of 8, but as of today, Miss Norwood is credited to over 53 albums. And if you don't know the Grammy-nominated gospel singer Dorothy Norwood, please Google her on YouTube. Search for her on YouTube. Listen to her music. You would be amazed. So today I'd like to honor my friend, gospel singer Dorothy Norwood. I almost said Reverend. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. She would kill me.
Representative Franklin is recognized for an afternoon order. Oh, that Franklin, Representative Lehman Franklin from down in Statesboro way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to get between this house and a good time, but I definitely want to take the time to call out this individual for our state. This is, and if is there any other military veterans up here that would like to come up, you're more than welcome to. But this is to celebrate the career and service of Major General Randall Simmons. Now, I've known Randall all my life. I can tell you he's a man of deep character and selfish sacrifice to this great state and our nation. And I'm telling you, he's one of Georgia's finest. He served in 2 terms in Afghanistan, 1 term in Iraq, and it is my pleasure to read just a little bit of this resolution. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives that the members of this body recognize and commend Major General Randall Simmons, Jr. for his effective, unselfish, dedicated public service to the state of Georgia and this nation, and extend the most sincere best wishes for continued health and happiness. Randall, thank you for your service, and I look forward to the next seasons of your life. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, also I got one more announcement, that's okay. So, on your desk, you have a color copy of Dealer Day, and this is going to be Monday from 9 o'clock. There's going to be 4 electrical vehicles parked out front, and you're more than welcome to get in them and check them out and all that. The pictures on this card are the actual vehicles that's going to be there. So I highly encourage you to be there and talk to all your dealers, and I'm sure you could probably make a good deal if you need one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Always need a deal. Thank you, Representative. Okay, we're going to move on to the supplemental rules calendar for 2 bills. The supplemental rules calendar is on, they should be on your desk. They're being distributed now. We're almost there. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to Senate Bill 3535?
Senate Bill 35 by Senator Merritt of the 9th and others being titled an act to amend Code Section 4286 of the official code of Georgia annotated relating to special license plates promoting or supporting certain worthy agencies, funds, or nonprofit corporations. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Motor Vehicles, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
The gentleman from the 121st, Chairman Wiedauer. Okay. I like that better anyway. You'll do a much better job than he would have there, Representative Holcomb. Representative Holcomb is recognized to present the bill. I think he's had something to do with this before. Thank you, Representative Holcomb.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been in this situation before. I think it was around 7 years ago. when the House was trying to advance legislation to end the backlog of untested sexual assault kits. For whatever reason, we had a bottleneck across the way in the Senate, but the House worked really hard and passed a bill that made a real difference in the lives of many Georgians. And today I present to you Senate Bill 35. You may recognize it. This was formerly House Bill 364. House Bill 364 is to reform the way that the state compensates the wrongfully convicted. This measure gained even greater importance after yesterday because the House Bill 364, as well as the individual resolutions, all of which passed in this chamber, the Senate advanced House Bill 364 out of subcommittee, but did not move it to full committee, which effectively meant that it was dead. And then they tabled all of the individual resolutions. By tabling all the individual resolutions, unless vehicles can be found for those individuals that spent years and years and years of their lives will not get relief, even though we have the money in the budget and we passed resolutions for them. So what we're trying to do with this, with Senate Bill 35, is to set up the commission so that way if this is adopted by the Senate or approved by the Senate and then signed by the governor, the claimants with the resolutions that are pending could file under this system. The Senate did make a couple of suggestions, and so in the interest of not wanting the bill to come back to us, we incorporated those into the measure, and one of them was, which I agreed with, was to change the dollar figures. The base was $50,000. They recommended raising it to $60,000. The national average is around $75,000, and then to change the top end from $100 to $120. That will all be at the discretion of the board, so there will be oversight, but that's the major change that I wanted to highlight to you. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but certainly would appreciate your favorable consideration. And if it passes today, that would be the third time that this measure passes, which interestingly, to start where I finished, it took 3 times for the House to pass the rape kit bill before we got it through.
Third time's a charm, we hope. Let's see, would you take a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Paris has a question. Where is she? Representative Paris, you have a question? Your light's on.
I wave, sir.
She waves. You have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We appreciate your work on this important bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? Chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 137, the nays 14. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Go get 'em, big boy. Clerk will read the caption to SB 103. 103.
Senate Bill 103 by Senator Goodman of the 8th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 5 of Chapter 12 of Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the disposition of unclaimed property so as to provide for the handling of certain wills. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass. by committee substitute.
Representative Vance Smith is recognized to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we passed this bill last year. It deals with DOR and unclaimed properties. We have taxpayers, citizens that have probably had family that passed away and they've have property there. It may be stocks or whatever it is. We're trying to help those people recoup this unclaimed property. And y'all were nice enough last year to pass it out. It went to the Senate, got on their calendar, and they never got to it at the end of the year. So we're coming back this year, SB 103. Just to give you a couple of numbers, our average rate of return in Georgia is 9%. The national average is 38%. Florida's average is 59%. So we're trying to raise that average, and the way we're going to try to do that, we're going to offer the individuals in our state another option. They can go through the whole process themselves, which is a pretty interesting process, or they can go to a third party, and they can negotiate with those third party people a cost. That cost is capped at 30%, so they can negotiate, but they can help them recoup this unclaimed property, and that's what's going on in the state of Florida with that 59%. So I'd really ask for your favorable consideration, and let's get this property back to the citizens. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
You have a question.
All right.
Representative Wilkerson to your left in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I guess I still have the same concerns I had last year. Currently, I cannot check for my spouse nor my kids under Georgia law to see if there's any unclaimed property. Has that been addressed? So I can go in and search myself, but unless you have an interest in that property, you cannot check. Have we addressed that?
You're going to explain your question a little bit more?
So under current law in Georgia, we can go to the website and pull up our name. On that website, you type in your name and see if you had any unclaimed property. I can do that for myself. However, if I wanted to check my family, my son, my daughter, my wife, my brother, that is illegal under Georgia law. So in order to increase the ability to return funds, should we not allow us to at least check for family members?
Well, that's a good point. I can't address your answer. I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer to that right there. But
okay.
But other than that, I think this will be a big benefit.
Do you yield for one more question?
Yes, sir.
Under current law, the fees, I believe on line 338 to 342, we cap it at 10%. Is there a reason why on 380 to 384 we're making it 30%? That seems like a pretty big jump from 10% to 30% as far as the maximum amount of fees that can be charged to return someone's legally owned property.
Well, it's negotiable, and you don't have to pay that fee if you don't even have to use a third party. So that's strictly negotiable by the individual. And it was the same amount as in the bill last year that we passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate your favorable consideration, and I'll yield the will.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Parrish rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that some of these members in here will get this and some won't? Mr. Speaker, I'm tired. Can we go home?
You're almost as good as our dear friend was, and I miss her. But yes, ma'am, we're just about there. We're just about there. All members voted. All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine, On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 148, the nays 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Members, I'm going to ask that you'll work with us. We have my mama used to say, a whole slew of first readers. We've received lots of local bills that have come over. Is there any objection to waiving the rules to sign all of these bills to the Intergovernmental Cooperation Committee? No objection. Clerk will read the caption. Or not.
Senate Bill 303 by Senator Halpern of the 39th to be entitled an act to amend an act providing for a homestead exemption for Fulton County ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 309 by Senator Jones of the 10th to be entitled an act to provide a homestead exemption from the city of Hampton ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 310 by Senator Redd of the 33rd to be entitled an act to amend an act creating a new charter for the city of Powder Springs. Senate Bill 311 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend an act providing homestead exemptions from Newton County and Newton County School District ad valorem taxes. Senate Bill 310 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend an act providing an annual salary for the coroner of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 313 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend an act creating a magistrate court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 314 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend an act creating the state court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 315 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to provide for the supplementary compensation of the judge of the juvenile court of Rockdale County. Senate Bill 316 by Senator Anderson of the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend an act providing an annual salary for the judge of the probate court of Rockdale County. And Senate Bill 317 by Senator Estevez of the 6th to be entitled an act to amend an act to continue the existence of the Atlanta Independent School System.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Every one of those bills is headed to intergovernmental coordination. All right, we've got an announcement, and we're about ready to leave here. Chairman Stan Gunther is recognized for an announcement. I know this is going to be a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judiciary Committee will meet at 8:30 a.m. in room 132 on Monday. 8:30, 132. Thank you.
On Monday, 8:30. Y'all listen up just for a moment. We'll have some birthdays, but I do have another announcement. Representative Bazemore is out of the hospital. She's home resting. She's home resting, and she's been watching the session today on TV. And she texted me and said, many of y'all look better on TV than y'all look in person. Just saying. Birthdays. We have a birthday today. Representative Chaz Cannon has a birthday today. On tomorrow, Friday, March 24th, the distinguished Chairman Brian Prince has a birthday. Chairman Prince. And on Saturday, I don't see him, but Representative Will Wade is a year older as well. Members, I'm grateful to every one of you for your patience and your attention today. Thank y'all. I believe we had a good day, got a lot done. We'll look forward to seeing you in a few days for day 39. The majority leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Monday, March 27, 2023.
On the motion of the majority leader that this House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, March the 27th, 2023, all those in favor will say aye. All those opposed say no. Oh, let's stay a little longer. This House is is adjourned. Thank y'all.